the backseat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, and Nick, hello.
Pepper.
Happy Friday.
Hi. Holy God.
Whoa. Is this mic? Yeah.
Whoa, you are loud.
Whoa, what happened?
Sorry.
I'll ease you down a little.
Normally your headphones are loud, Happer, but today your microphone was loud.
Why'd you adjust your mic?
I don't touch the board. I don't know anything about the board.
You don't
I mean,
know.
I
Is
actually
this
do
better?
know stuff about the board, but I don't touch it.
Yeah, you sound good now, John.
You should do a reverse Happer show where you're running the board and Josh is sitting.
April
over there.
Fool's Day.
That'd be
Yeah,
fun.
that'd be good.
That'd be fun. I would like to run the board, you know?
Oh, interesting. It's interesting to have a host who would like to learn the board and run the board.
It's not learning. Like I've
What does
worked
that mean?
boards before.
John and I, we record stuff without you all the time.
Yeah, I know, but then I'm like, oh, how about you come over here and run the board? And you're like, I don't know how to run that board.
If you leave the C, the B, or the A pod up after our first segment every day for the next year, I will learn the board.
Okay.
People do like to leave the next gen pots down for
They
some weird
love
reason.
it. They love it.
Yeah, it's very
Back in
odd.
my day, producers weren't allowed to do that. They'd get yelled at.
By who?
Severe.
We need to bring Michael back.
Bring back
as the
Michael.
Pot
Police.
Mr.
Pot
Pot.
police.
They call him Mr. Pot for a
Mr.
variety of reasons.
Mr. Pot Michael. Excellent. John, I saw you doing radio this morning. You were wearing that exact same shirt. You're so bright.
I am.
Look,
Yes.
Look
it
at
was-
him.
It was an early morning.
Did you dress bright today to mask the dark inside of you?
Oh, he's half happy.
Yeah, a
Cubs
little
won.
happy, but like still a little upset, I'm sure.
Yeah. Last night canceled out yesterday. So
Wow.
Wow.
yeah, it's
So you're
all
back to nothing.
More
Adrian-
upset than happy.
Adrian Martinez made you upset.
He didn't even play.
He
I
didn't
know.
He
play.
almost
He didn't
played.
play because the quarterback he would have replaced was faking his injury to start with.
I think he got stabbed by his knee brace.
Maybe they were just cramps, John. You
That
ever
was
think about that?
amazing. It seemed like his knee had exploded,
It
and then
did.
they came
Yeah.
back from the break, and it was one of the
he just ran off the
one of the
Well, they
coherent
give
things
him
out
the
Michael
giant
said.
knee braces where they could actually kill you if it's
It
something
is
goes
large.
It
wrong.
was like that giant
Yeah.
thing that what's the singer's name in the new State Farm commercial where she's making fun of Patrick Mahomes? All about that bass?
Oh, Megan
All
Trainor.
about that bass.
Oh,
because she's
man.
got.
I've
the
heard
giant
this
knee
commercial. I don't
brace
know what
and
it's
tries
about.
To put it on. Yeah, it was a giant ass knee brace.
That's what Mac Jones had. He was just messing with it the entire rest of the game.
It looked
Yeah.
like Mac Jones for a little bit was doing that Family Guy, like
kind of. Yeah. Adrian was like, I'm going in, guys.
People were ready for Adrian. Like, let's go, put me in.
All of the Nebraska people were on Twitter. Adrian,
There he
Adrian,
goes,
including
there he
me.
goes.
Adrian. And then they came back, and I was really sad. I was like, oh, man, I wanted to
He
see
got
Adrian.
some great camera time though.
He
Yeah, he
was on
did.
camera a ton.
At the softball game last night, one of the guys on the team is like, yo, if Adrian, my favorite Husker, plays for my favorite team, the 49ers, I'm going to cry.
So there's obviously
Who
a Gen
said
Zer.
That he is a Gen Zer.
Who
Man,
said
yeah.
that?
Just one of Paige's coworkers. Who's
Oh,
on the
I
softball
thought
team.
this was Jack Mitchell's softball team.
no.
Got it.
I'm not on that one.
Wilson Moore.
Yeah. Who said
Max Olson.
anymore. I'm a free agent right now.
Whoa.
Oh, you quit the Jack Mitchell softball?
Did you get
experience?
released or cut or
I couldn't. It was unsustainable to go to Lincoln that much.
I'm glad you said that.
John
to
says,
John Bishop.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a weird excuse.
Because
John
you're about to
Bishop.
get married, isn't it?
That's part of it.
Yeah.
I need to save money.
Once
There's
a
a
week.
lot of married people on that team.
That's true.
You're
That
right,
shouldn't-
John.
That shouldn't.
It's
A lot
waste
of
their
married
time,
people
too.
that live in Lincoln on that team.
Yeah. Are you sure you're just not covering up for the fact that you're the first person in the history of the Jack Mitchell softball experience to get cut?
I didn't get cut.
Okay.
The option was there.
Okay.
I elected for free agency.
Oh, okay.
Really? You had a player option and you turned it down?
I did.
I don't know if that was a smart contractual move.
Well, I wasn't really getting
Well,
paid,
it is the
so-
Jack Mitchell softball experience.
You had that jersey though.
I have 3 jerseys.
Do
like
you
a
wear
great
that
get out
jersey
of
to your
jail
other
free
teams'
card.
games?
I did. I wore that jersey last night.
There you go. Now you just got a jersey.
Well, I didn't have a jersey for their team, so I just picked a jersey that had my name and number
That
on it
was
and called
nice
it good.
of you.
So wait, you play for him?
I played for them last night because it's a co-ed team and they needed another guy.
Did you hit?
I did not.
Hmm.
I struck out
Hmm.
because
But
I'm
you-
famously
you had
bad.
a plate
are
appearance.
pretty
I had
terrible.
2 plate
Wait,
appearances.
You struck out both of them?
Yup,
you struck out twice in slow pitch softball?
sure did.
Damn.
Kept the dream alive.
Did you
The
make any
JMSE
contact?
dream. No.
How many times did you swing it?
4.
Oh no.
Oh my.
Yeah.
This
it was
must be the
rough.
best pitcher ever.
No, I'm just trash.
Oh, okay.
Was he throwing you strikes? Was he throwing it over in your kitchen?
Well, okay. The last strike call.
Stib says, okay, you were definitely cut.
Stibbs, have you seen anyone else on the Jack Mitchell team? I wasn't cut.
They all suck.
The last call, the ump was a little because the ump was also watching the Yankees game, and I think he was getting a little antsy. He was in full Yankees gear, and I think he just wanted the game to be over because we got run ruled anyway. That last, definitely a ball.
I thought
didn't
you said
swing.
you swung.
I didn't swing. I swung 3 times.
Okay. And then took
I
the
didn't.
strike.
Yeah, I took the strike in the last one, but it was a ball.
You gotta protect with 2 strikes, Nick. Gotta protect. Gotta protect. Make sure you don't strike out looking. It's the worst thing you could do.
Mhm.
Strike out looking. Don't even try. Put the ball in play.
That's a bummer.
Yeah,
Like
I'm
that
bad.
guy for the Padres yesterday in the 9th inning. He struck out looking. Yikes.
My YouTube
and then they
algo.
got really mad and tried to riot.
Yeah, they did.
Oh my gosh, that was crazy.
Yeah.
My YouTube algorithm last night, I was scrolling it during a commercial break, and there was a video of every final out from the World Series starting in 2023, going back to 1990.
Oh, cool.
So I watched it during the whole commercial break. And there was one of them in the last decade where the guy struck out looking to end his season.
That was
like,
the Royals one.
wow.
Wilmer Flores struck
That's
out
probably
looking.
what it was.
Yeah.
I was like, that would suck.
Mhm.
Also, I didn't realize it until I was watching all these. We've had a long stretch. Or who won last year? I forget who won. Oh, the Dodgers
The
won.
Doyers.
They won in Yankee Stadium. Who won in 2024? Who won in the World Series? Or no, that was last year.
2024 was last year.
We are on a stretch of like 10 years of the road teams winning the World Series.
Whoa.
We have not had a team win at home since the 2013 Red Sox.
Are you serious?
I couldn't believe it. I'm watching
well,
this.
we
I'm
had
like,
the COVID World Series.
correct.
That doesn't count.
Because I was like, wow, look at this road team. Look at this road team. Look at this. And then I was like, wait a second. When have we last had a home team? And then it was the Red Sox. Joe Buck has a really good call for that. It's like, it hasn't been happened at Fenway Park in 90 years. The
Nice.
Red Sox are world champions. I was like, that's a great call, Joe.
2013.
Seriously.
That's almost
Wow.
statistically impossible.
I couldn't believe it. So
Apparently
20,
not.
That's
20
amazing.
Nicky disappeared. 2014, Royals, famously. Game 7, the Giants
They were
win.
at home. Yeah, they lost.
You win on the road in 15.
Correct.
The Cubs won on the road in 16.
Yes.
The Astros won in Dodger Stadium in 17. The Red Sox won in Dodger Stadium in 18. The Nationals won at the Astros in 19. COVID doesn't count. 2021 was the Braves winning on the road wherever the hell they play.
Houston.
Are you sure?
Uh-huh.
Huh.
2022 was the Astros
Houston.
again, and they won on the road at somewhere.
No, that was the Rangers Diamondbacks.
No.
that was
20
23.
Oh,
2022 was Astros over Phillies.
And they won in Philadelphia. And then
Wow.
I couldn't believe it.
Wow.
I couldn't believe it.
Baseball stat of the day.
Yeah. I was
Good
like,
job,
this is nuts.
Josh.
So let's
That's
keep
a
an
good-
eye on
that's a
these
fun
things.
No,
stat.
I think Houston won at home.
They weren't selling. Are you sure?
Yes, because they won it in 6, and the Phillies were a wild card.
In 2022?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Why did you just Nick fact us?
Rats.
Yeah,
You
the
just
Astros.
Nick
The
fact
Astros
us.
won at home.
All right. Then no one was cheering. Damn it. All right. Well,
But
it was
10 years in a row.
almost a cool fact.
Hmm.
Damn it. I
It was-
did Nick fact.
It was
Yeah.
10 years in a row, though. I mean, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, for sure.
Hmm.
Yeah. I like seeing the final out of the World Series. Pretty cool.
It is. Man, I used to know all the World Series. I'm impressed that you just rattled those off, too.
Thank you.
Nice job.
Yeah.
I was so good at that game. and-
Yeah, how far back can you go?
Well, I used to be able to go back before I was born, probably into the 70s.
Yeah,
Mm.
and now
But-
the last 20 years, I'm a fog.
See, I can go back to
I'd
like
be the worst at like probably the last 5.
I can go back to, I think it's probably 2009, 10-ish, somewhere in there. But then I don't know. Basically, once the White Sox won until like the Cardinals beat the Rangers, I don't remember the order of everything.
Now,
I know that the Phillies won and I know that the Yankees won.
Are Super Bowls easier for you than World Series?
Yeah, I can do. I actually can do the NBA Finals better than I can the Super Bowls. I can do the NBA Finals going back to 80.
Interesting.
Yeah. But I can't do the Super Bowls where I get a little mixed up is in the 80s.
I can get you on the 2000s World Series. I mean, we could patch that hole right there.
2000s pretty easy.
In the
Well, I guess the late 2000s is yes, that's where it gets tough for me.
Yeah.
2007 was Boston.
It was over
They
the
beat
Rockies.
the Rocksobers.
In a sweep. Yeah. I can't do the Stanley Cup.
05 was.
Don't ask me for that.
05 was the White Sox.
Indeed.
Yep. Against the Astros.
Yes.
Because they were an NL team at the time.
Who was 06?
That was the Cardinals over the Tigers.
Yep.
Yeah. Did they get swept?
No, it was a 4-1.
Okay, because the Tigers did get swept in a different World Series.
That was
the Giants in 12.
Okay, yeah. I don't remember that World
Remember
Series.
the Giants won.
That's the last
12,
sweep.
14, and
Zero recollection of that
10,
World
12,
Series.
14, right?
Yeah,
Giants
they won.
10, 12,
they won the
14.
evens. Yeah.
I know 90. See, I just know random ones. 97, that was the Rays, right?
Nope. Marlins.
Marlins and Indians.
Yep. Great World Series.
Walk-off winner.
Yep.
Edgar Renteria.
And who got the hit? It was the same guy who got the hit in the 01
I don't
World
practice
Series.
Renteria.
Edgar Renteria.
Was it?
Right?
No, I thought it was the short white guy.
No,
In
Or
baseball?
am I thinking of who scored? Who scored the winning run in 97?
cardboard cutout manager did.
Craig Counsell. That's right. And he scored the game-winning run in 01. The greatest World Series of them all.
He was running in.
Yep.
That was Luis Gonzalez.
Oh, man.
Over your guy, Mariano Rivera.
Luis Gonzalez had a lot of home runs that year. He was like in the 50s.
He was never. I mean, he hit a lot of home runs in the steroid era. Was he a steroid? Was he a steroid guy?
Interesting. I do recall seeing veins on his arms.
Interesting. But he wasn't like a big fella. He just hit a lot of home runs.
Yeah,
he had a fun batting stance too.
Don't you miss those jerseys from the Diamondbacks?
I miss great batting stances too. We don't have good batting stances
Everyone
anymore.
it's cardboard cutout batting stances.
I do miss those Diamondback jerseys.
Those were sick.
Cool.
John didn't like them.
Yeah, I said they should bring them back because it was
They
very
did bring 'em back.
90s.
They brought them back. They wear them like on Friday nights. I
Yeah,
think.
but they
Those are
don't
cool.
wear them. I want that to be the permanent thing again instead of just black and red. I like that they have the blue as the accent now, but I wish it was less red.
The Angels should bring back their uniforms from that era too.
With the blue.
Yeah, those were sweet. You don't like those ones either, do you?
Which
John?
ones?
The Angels uniforms.
No, those were
Pinstripes?
those were gaudy.
I am fine with the Padres going back to the yellow and brown as much as John hates it. I
Poop-
hated the
Poop and pee.
blue Padres uniforms.
Mhm.
I liked those.
Well, we won't have to see those ugly things for a few more months.
That's
now.
right. Nice job, Cubs.
Got rid of them.
Good job by
We
Chicago.
flushed the brown and yellow.
Holy
Chicago. Nice.
Thank you.
Were you listening yesterday when we realized that listeners were spoiling?
They were spoiling when the runs were scoring because our cable is so far behind.
We had a game where if the Cubs score runs, Nick is going to play a drop. You call in, you win a prize. But they started the phones just lit up. We're like, what on earth?
is
And we
happening?
realized,
30 seconds later,
because Cox cable is
something would
terrible.
Cable is tough hang these days.
It really is. So we switched over to
And
YouTube.
I had to
TV.
keep reiterating to people, don't do it until you hear the drop.
Gotta hear the drop.
You got to hear the drop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Got
I
it.
did not. I wasn't listening to that part, but it makes a lot of sense.
So funny. So funny.
Cable TV.
Yeah. So
Does anybody have that anymore?
tomorrow, I heard Nick Ba. He still has cable.
Why? Nick. Why?
So Schick was talking on the pod this week about how he just took the plunge into YouTube TV, and Nick was like, "Do you like it? Like that's crazy. Do you like it?" And I'm like, "Wait a second."
This is a conversation from 2018.
And then he said something similar, Nick, no offense, to my grandparents of like, I like recording things and DVRs. My grandpa said that to me recently. Like, yeah, we like cable because we can record stuff. And I said,
let me introduce you to YouTube TV.
YouTube TV has an unlimited DVR.
Yeah.
You can have unlimited storage.
Yeah.
And he was like, really? We're trying to get my grandpa to sign up because they would save so much money.
I felt like I was like the last person ever to do it.
Is
And
YouTube-
I went over like 2 years ago, probably. I've had YouTube TV for
It's nice.
2 or 3 football seasons.
Is
now.
YouTube TV cheaper than cable? It feels. Last time I looked at cable, I thought it was around the same price. I thought it was about
how
a
much?
wash.
How much is your cable?
Oh, we don't pay for cable.
Okay.
But I always thought cable was around the 70 to 80 a month range.
Maybe for the most bare bones stuff.
Yeah,
Mm.
if you want no channels.
Yeah.
But if you want
And
the
like
channels.
the DVR stuff.
Yeah.
Because YouTube TV
It's
has
unfortunate that
unlimited DVR.
YouTube TV used to be a whole lot cheaper than it is.
When I got it, it was $40.
Yeah.
It was always like legitimately a great move.
Mhm.
Now here's the thing though, if you sign up for YouTube 4K, you get unlimited streams and then you can share it with a family member, which is what we do.
Yep.
And then it's suddenly $40 a month again. It's pretty nice.
Havesies.
Halvesies. No. Wholesies.
Holesies.
Thank you, Happer.
I do love the 4K. I wish more channels did 4K.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Sad.
You know what's weird is
4K looks so good. Fox looks awful for everything
Except-
4K.
how about
It's amazing.
last weekend when they had 4K for the Illinois USC game,
Yep.
but not an
For the next game.
NFL game,
Yeah.
the next day.
Yeah, they only do it for Big Noon
but
and
some NFL games.
and then the ABC does it for their night game.
Yes.
and-
And theirs is so interesting because during
They keep it
commercials,
on the stadium.
it just
view.
stays
Yeah.
on the stadium
There's
view
no
for
commercials.
like 3 minutes.
That's cool.
But there's no volume, which is a bummer. I'd like to hear the crowd.
There used to be. There was last year.
I remember
They
that
took
with
it away.
basketball. I used
Yeah.
to have it on during like I
Bring
remember
back the crowd effects.
it's cool. That's fun.
4K rocks. It looks so good,
It does look way better than regular HD.
especially on Fox. Fox does not look good.
Mm.
Things.
No.
What game are we watching right now?
This looks like about a
2016.
10-year-old Miami, Florida State game.
Oh,
Mhm.
why was this a good game? Is that why it's on?
They're playing tomorrow. I just was looking around
Well,
to see a football game.
Brad Kaya is Miami's quarterback, and he was the
Oh.
quarterback when they beat Nebraska
Yeah.
in 15. So this could be
Mm.
15.
Those FSU uniforms are really cool.
Oh, Nick.
I like
no.
those.
Those were terrible.
They haven't changed that much, have they?
No,
Weren't
they went
about
back to like
same?
the old school, like the 90s look.
Did they?
Yeah.
Is it
Well-
because you don't like Native Americans?
No, Nick. Absolutely not. I didn't like these uniforms.
I like the sleeves a lot.
Hmm.
It's like
Who's Florida State's quarterback in this game?
This would have been post Jameis.
Yeah, right after James.
Who was the quarterback after Jameis?
Gosh, I don't know. They would have had Dalvin Cook right around this time, right?
Sounds about right. This is 2016.
2016 Florida State football.
I think it's fun to go back to 10-year seasons, college seasons from 10 years ago, see who the best quarterbacks were, and compare them to how they did in the NFL.
I can tell you 2016 best quarterback would have been Lamar Jackson. He won the Heisman.
Oh,
Deshaun Watson finished second.
mm.
Yeah. Those were the two best quarterbacks. Sam Darnold
It's
came
not
on
the
the
only
scene
thing
this
he
year.
finished, I'm sure.
Yeah. Ooh. Otson wants to know.
DeAndre Francois.
That's what Otson
Oh,
said.
that's
yeah.
a good one.
Nice
Great
pull.
name.
Nice pull, Otson.
DeAndre Francois.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good name.
I think Miami might rock Florida State tomorrow.
Yeah,
Think so?
he's subscribing to this one pretty hard.
Yeah,
I took Florida
because
State.
Miami's
I don't
good.
know why. I think Florida State will play a lot better than they did last.
You got a Florida State tingle.
A little bit. I'm not super convinced about it.
Hmm.
I'm not super.
A cautiously subscribing tingle.
Yeah, it's a cautiously.
A cautious tingle.
If they can run, they'll win. That's if they can run.
Florida State.
Can they run?
I don't know.
Mm.
Can
And
they run?
that's the
But
question.
how-
Yes, they can.
How windy is it supposed to be there?
Oh, now that's the question, Nick. We're all
I don't think the
wondering
wind blows in
about the
Florida
wind.
unless it's a hurricane.
I-
Then it really blows.
I can't believe that
You're
this
right.
is a not story.
Hmm?
I can't believe that this has turned into a not story.
What, the wind?
Yeah.
So you
It
think
was
it should
literally-
be a story?
Well, yeah.
Well, it's going to be a significant
it-
part.
We forgotten? It was almost exactly 1 year ago, the
Hot wind.
Rutgers game.
Hot wind Rutgers.
That
and-
wind was hot.
And all the scoring pretty much happened in the first quarter for Nebraska. And then after that,
Wasn't that the
Like the
game
spigot
where the
turns off.
wind just completely
shifted.
changed directions?
and that's when Matt Rule
yes,
pulled the okey doke on the coin toss. And
great idea.
they had the wind in the fourth quarter, and that
I-
ended up helping.
I think to the point of like it can be overthought and probably over talked about for something that you have no control over.
It does.
But it's going to be a factor in the game for
It
sure.
feels like it turned into one of the main talking points of this game, though. I feel like
That's why I
that's where it
started
goes.
Again,
getting
kind
other
of,
this
people.
is this is a world where I'm not living in that universe.
like, yes, it is a talking point, but it shouldn't be at the top of the talking pyramid.
Well, yeah, the reason that I've made fun of it is because Nebraska doesn't push the ball down the field, so I don't know if it's really going to affect them that much.
That's true.
They
throw
do a lot of
well,
short
but-
passes.
But if it's like when you play baseball at the Chuck, if the wind is blowing in, what can the outfielders do? They can cheat in. and that makes it harder to get base hits.
Then you bring in TJ Lateef.
Same thing can happen with
The TVs.
People forget that he threw the deep pass into the wind a couple weeks ago.
A more mobile quarterback.
Dylan threw a pass into the wind and it went.
I laughed so hard when you guys got that
went,
question on the pod today.
Dude.
What about bringing in TJ Lateef?
Yeah. I should probably be more, I should probably be like, oh yeah, great question, but I can't do it
No,
anymore.
I'm happy you
It's
you
okay
two
for
both
you.
didn't entertain it.
It's okay for you to tell people that it's a dumb thing to say or ask.
I just don't know when he became the greatest running quarterback any of us have ever seen.
Yeah. Well, also, again, people were like, Nebraska is not as good as you think they are. Look at, they're only beating these teams. And then, but also TJ is really good because of what he did against those
exact
clash.
teams.
These opinions clash.
Is it Michael who said this before? But the backup quarterback is always the most popular player on a team.
He's
Oh,
definitely right about that.
that's been an old
Mhm.
axiom for many, many years.
I do like that Michael got the credit, though. Congrats to
That's
Severe.
who I
Nice
remember. That's who
job.
I remember saying it.
I wonder who the first person in my life was to say that to me.
Who's the first person in your life to ever tell you that if you have two quarterbacks, you actually have zero?
Again, a great question. The first person that I ever remember saying it's not the X's and O's was the Jimmies and Joes was a quote from Barry Switzer that I read as a child.
Okay.
Just stuck with you.
Yeah. I mean, he was the first person I remember ever saying it.
We have to credit Barry Switzer on that. then.
Congrats to Barry.
Thank you, Barry.
Barry?
Theo writes, it's undeniable that running quarterbacks flourish in the wind.
But I don't know. TJ is like what, 165 pounds?
He weighs nothing.
He's all teeth.
He might float away.
no. He's blown away out of the stadium.
That's where you got to put in Heine.
Look, it's the score balloon. Oh no!
It's actually TJ.
Heine's a big boy. He's not going to get blown away by the wind.
It's a big Heine. You think Heine needs to be the quarterback again?
I think I am in on some situational Heine.
Situational Heine.
Mike says, how about a prevent defense will prevent you from winning? First person I ever remember saying that was my dad.
That's a good one.
Yeah. I hate the prevent
What are
defense
some
because
old
it
football adage?
prevents you from winning.
Oh boy.
Well, what did you say? If you have two, no, wait, that was what
Two
Nick
quarterbacks
just
you
said.
have
That was
none.
the one that Nick just said, right? Yeah.
Or the same goes for like kickers. and
Well,
stuff like
no,
too.
because Nick said the backup quarterback is the most popular player on the team, right? Yeah. So
Yeah.
if you have two quarterbacks, you have done. The first time I remember that one was with Florida after Danny Warfel. They always had these years where they were good, but they had two quarterbacks, and Spurrier would like switch them out, like play to play sometimes.
Who was the first person that told you in the NCAA basketball tournament that it's all about matchups?
Oh, that's a good one. Or that they have time for a two here.
Yes.
They always say that. There's 2
Don't need to
seconds
go
left.
through it. Don't
Always
need three.
time for a two.
Don't need a
Time for a
three.
two.
They love shooting twos. A lot of twos. What's a baseball axiom like that?
Man.
You love baseball.
I mean, there's like the very simple, like, got to throw strikes.
Got to throw strikes. Yeah.
You know?
Got to prevent
Which
walks.
I do.
Don't
find
aim it,
myself
throw
saying
it.
a lot.
Mm.
Got to throw strikes.
That's one of my favorite things. I love. You got to throw
gotta
strikes
throw
here.
strikes.
You
It's
know?
hard to argue with it,
Just got to
though.
throw strikes.
You just got to hit the ball when you swing your bat.
My dad would say, don't aim it, throw it.
Don't.
You know.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dad. Great advice.
And the lady from Rookie of the Year would say,
Loaded. Oh, what a great movie.
Oh, that's where that's from.
Yeah.
Peter Armstrong's mom said that.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
That's
I saw he
Peter
got a few
Armstrong's
hits
mom.
yesterday. Congrats.
He got a couple.
My
hits
group chat
yesterday.
was popping off
About the Cubbies.
about Pete Crow. Even from non-Cub fans were like, whoa, he has a hit.
I can't get over his jersey just because it's just wrapped from elbow to elbow.
Yeah.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
It's a long name.
I love that he doesn't insist, or that the trainers or the uniform people don't like just do smaller
Make
fonts.
it smaller.
Or like
or
C
do
Armstrong.
or do
Mm.
Crow up and then Armstrong below it.
Oh, have we ever seen
Oh.
that?
Oh yeah,
Really?
the Youngbloods at the Rams had a Jim Youngblood and a Jack Youngblood. And
What
so
up, young
Oh,
blood?
I thought you
So-
were just calling them like young,
Young
Bucks.
Bloods.
Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
no.
Hey,
that
what
was
up,
their last
Youngblood?
name. That's their last name.
I was so confused hearing John say that word.
Charles says an axiom from his dad. Throw it, you dumbass. Patrick says they're called free throws.
Oh,
Nick
yeah.
learned about that.
That's a
I
good
did.
one.
I
Yep.
thought they were two separate things.
Not
Mhm.
three throws.
Listen,
Free
you're getting
throws.
to throw the ball for free into the net.
Dwayne brings up a good one. You're only as good as your bullpen. You're only as good as your next day
opponent,
starter.
Next day
Yep.
starter.
No, momentum
Momentum is only good as.
is your next day.
So don't they
start.
say momentum is a fickle bitch or something like that?
Jeez.
Don't. I feel like people say that.
I've never heard that.
Well, That's my new
What a
axiom.
great axiom. Credit Josh Peterson, please.
Put that on the Canva
Josh
graphic,
Peterson
please.
said
Fickle
that.
B word.
Whoever heard that, Josh Peterson said it.
I said it. If you hear the announcers bring it up on the broadcast tomorrow, you know where it came from.
They were just showing all the coaches in this game, and it reminded me that Jimbo
terrible.
Fisher is a coach in this
Whoa.
game, and also Mark Richt.
Oh yeah.
Mark Richt.
I forgot that he went to Miami.
Me too. Wow. Also, look at their terrible uniforms. They were the tire tread ones.
Yeah, I don't like
Look
those
at
uniforms.
those.
Adidas was having a tough time. Well,
Those
Adidas
are
is
rough.
always
Oh,
having a
yeah.
tough
Nebraska had ones like that too.
Yeah,
They were
Adi-
black.
Adidas
Ugh.
had a tough
They were up
time.
21-3 on UCLA. They lost, and then the next day a Bo Pelini audio tape came out, and
Oh.
everything changed. Or 2 days.
What'd you have
later.
for lunch that day?
Honestly, I wish I could remember. But I
That's
was
my-
sitting right where you are when that audio tape dropped.
That's my favorite thing to ask you whenever you bring up something from 10 to 12 years
Is
ago.
what lunch I had?
Uh-huh.
I often remember.
It is weird how often you remember.
Remember audio tapes?
Yes.
Remember tapes? You think it's
I guess it
interesting that
wasn't
people are like,
really
you got to
a-
tape it
It
instead of
wasn't
got to
really a
record it?
tape. It was a recording.
Yeah, it was an MP3 file.
Yeah.
Mm.
The audio MP3.
Yep.
The
They
Bo
don't call it
Pelini.
that,
The
though.
Bo Pelini MP3. It just doesn't roll off the tongue.
Maybe it was a
Bo
dot
MP3
wave
came
file.
out.
Mm.
Oh wow! What if they did save it as a dot wave? That takes up a lot more space.
Yeah,
More
you could just
storage, yeah.
compress it.
Dude, they really do take up a lot of
That
space.
takes up a lot
It's
of
like, wait a
space.
second. It's like 5 minutes. Why is it 200
Bo
megs?
gets fired. Oh man, did you hear the MP3?
How
Yeah, he said the C word a lot.
about the fact that
Did you hear the
Omaha.com
podcast?
uploaded the whole MP3
They
of
did.
the second one? And they were like, by the way, there are some bad words in here.
That's incredible. FTheFans.mp3 is what
Mm.
Mustache Adam says.
LSD
much.
Will texts in, is John doing the Grum down? He is very quiet.
John is triggered.
I'm tired.
Hmm.
It was a late night last night.
It
Hard Rock Stadium. Gross.
We were about to talk about John's late
yeah,
night.
John, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Talk, John.
Well, what is there to say? It was a late night.
All right, there we go. Topic
Cool.
over. Back
Do
to
you have
Hard
any
Rock.
opinions
Hard
on the
Rock
Rams?
Stadium. Oh,
Like the Hard Rock Stadium.
Do you have any opinions on how the situation at the end was handled?
I have an opinion on the whole game. We played our worst defensive game of the year. By far, easily.
Oh, you almost took out Mac Jones, though.
No, Mac Jones almost took out Mac Jones
With
because
his
he didn't
leg
eat enough
brace.
bananas and drink enough Gatorade.
His jersey was huge. Mac Jones looked like he was a kid wearing his father's jersey when his father was giving him old axioms.
It's a perfect place to be for Mac Jones. Just the backup quarterback who has a giant jersey.
It really is.
It's a perfect spot for him to be in the NFL,
Mhm.
in my opinion. Yeah. Rams should be
How long
5-0
is
right
Brock
now.
out?
People forget.
Yeah, they
How long
should.
is Brock out?
I don't know. Maybe another week or two.
Well, he
Quarterback
was back-
controversy?
he was back last week and then was out again. So
He's
who
got to
knows?
be back for the end of Brocktober. There's only a few more weeks of
You would
Brocktober.
think.
Mm-hmm.
You would think.
Yeah, Brocktober was a great time. Iowa State was winning all those games with Brock Purdy.
Go Clones.
Brock.
Beringer fan says, is the crossover over yet?
Well, I don't know.
We have a few more minutes still normally.
I don't have a whole lot more to say.
Yeah, it's kind of the end of the week.
Topics.
You busy this weekend?
I'm doing the Cornhusker kickoff tomorrow again.
Mr. PA?
No, it's like I just walk around with a mic. They're like, go entertain people. And I'm like, all right, cool.
That's PA a Jace.
It kind of
It's,
is. Yeah, my
it's kind of
voice
like
is
what D
on a
Wayne
PA
does, right?
system.
Is that kind of what it is?
Well,
You're
yeah,
like Ginger D Wayne.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know who does that event normally, but this will be the second one. I think this will be the last time I do it. I did the first one though.
Hmm.
And so this will be good. And then I'll hop in my car, drive back to this here studio and watch the game with young Matt.
Wow.
I heard he was buying lunch.
Oh, is
That's
gonna-
awesome.
is
He
gonna
bought me
fart?
dinner for the last show we did.
Unbelievable. What
yeah.
a guy.
Yeah. I'm buying him dinner the next time we do a show.
Yeah. So there's a sandwich on deck for that.
Yep. That's what he bought me.
And then I don't have anything on my books for Sunday. Which
This is
exciting.
awesome.
That's good.
Yes.
Well, you're gonna watch the Dolphins and Panthers game, right?
I'm gonna watch all of the football games. Yes.
On
But
a Red
no,
Zone
like,
channel.
work.
All of the football games?
All the games
You have-
on Red Zone.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I see. The copious amounts of commercials haven't turned you off?
There's no commercials.
Stib says, are you enjoying some high school sports this evening?
Oh, that's
Ooh.
right. I'm doing a football game tonight.
For who?
I'm doing it with Gary on the Cox Your View thing.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Are you his analyst?
I am an analyst. He'll
Nice.
introduce me as former Central football player Connor Happer.
But
This
that's-
is great
yeah.
news.
That's a good thing that you bring up because you can also listen to a high school football broadcast here on 1620 The Zone.
What
tonight.
game is that?
That's a great question.
Millard South and Papio.
Yes, it is.
Well, you're supposed to have the details if you're going to make the big announcement.
Ben
that we haven't-
McDonald.
It wasn't a big. I mean, we've been talking about it all week.
What's the we
Well,
have?
We haven't said a thing
On
about
1620
it.
The
This is
Zone, there's
news to me.
promos running for it.
But we haven't talked about it.
Yeah.
We, the station.
Ah, the
Millard South and
collective,
Papio.
the royal we.
Yes, the collective.
What's the
we.
point spread on that game?
86.
What's the point spread on your game?
It'll be close. It'll be good.
So one of
Good.
the
Central and Prep.
this is one of the 3 close games all
I
season.
think we might miraculously have a good game. Yeah.
This is exciting news.
Yeah.
I hope you have a great
I hope
broadcast.
they stop the game and give each coach a commemorative football to say congratulations on keeping this game interesting into the second
the
half.
first Class A close game any of us have ever seen.
Mm.
Speaking more about high school
It should
football,
be commemorated. It should be applauded and celebrated.
It should.
What
It should.
what now, Nick?
next week
Yeah.
we're going to be at Roncalli,
We are going to be at Roncalli.
That's not Class A football, though.
but it's still high school football.
It is.
Well, yeah,
I cannot wait to
Which
eat.
means it could theoretically be close because it's not Class A football.
it could.
That's a reminder to me to not eat lunch next Friday.
Yeah, don't eat anything.
I
next
will not
Friday.
be eating any lunch.
Is it Class B?
There's
C1?
C1, right?
C1 now?
I believe there's C1.
Yeah.
What's the weather look like? Usually it's pretty
What's
icky.
the wind?
Great question, Nick. I believe the weather is supposed to be tremendous. Next Friday,
Is it icky?
76 is the high, 53 is the low, partly cloudy, winds of only 8 miles per hour.
Wow.
Sounds like a nice fall
Friday
day.
night is a great night for football.
It will
Nice.
be in Class C1 when the games are close.
That said, we're over the overhang and it does get a little chilly under there. So I think I'll wear jeans next week.
Ooh.
Maybe even a hooded
pants boy.
sweatshirt. Yeah.
I'm
I was thinking
excited
about
to see what kind of stuff they got cooking up.
I am so pumped. They always have new dishes.
Yeah, and they just like, here, try this, and it's always the best thing in the world.
The thing that I now every year hope that they still have is that I love their breaded wings because they are huge,
Those are
they are
delicious.
juicy,
Mhm.
they are crispy,
Mhm.
and nobody does breaded wings very much.
No.
I like the different types of fried cheese curds they do.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, there's usually like 3 of them.
I hope to see all of our great friends.
I like the egg rolls that they had last year.
The
Those
egg
egg
rolls.
They
rolls
did.
were
They did do
great.
some good
Are you going to
ones.
stop by and say hello?
And the corn
So,
fritters.
I think I probably the corn fritters.
The corn fritters were money with the hot honey.
Next Friday.
Next Friday, we'll be at Roncalli.
And I'll be there too. It
Wow.
looks like.
What is it?
Nice.
63rd and Sorensen Parkway?
Maybe a little
That seems
further
about
west,
right.
Sound right?
65th, 64th, somewhere.
Looks
there.
like next
Something
weekend
like
I don't
that,
have
yeah.
very much to do at all.
That's exciting.
This is great. This whole Creighton volleyball being on the road for a month thing is not bad.
By the way, a couple more axioms as we say goodbye, Happer. Sybil's
Yes.
Lost T says, I like to say about the other team, they are on scholarship too when something bad happens
Good
to
one.
Nebraska. That is good.
They got players too.
In the pros, you're allowed to say, well, they get paid too.
Yeah.
And then Eric says, can't score if you don't shoot.
63rd.
Nice.
Can't score if you don't shoot.
Wayne Gretzky, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Michael Scott.
Michael Scott. Wow.
63rd and Sorensen.
Close. Yes. Close enough.
Pretty good.
I'm counting it.
You'll
It's a
you'll
win.
see it.
You'll definitely
It's
see
there.
it.
Stop by.
You'll
say
It's
hi.
between 63rd on the right and 66th on the left.
Also, their baseball field looks great.
No.
The Alec Boehm diamond.
The
Yeah,
Alec Boehm diamond.
It's looking good. Thank you, Alec Boehm.
Thank you, Alec Boehm.
Yeah, so join us next week at Omaha Roncalli for One Beer Friday concessions.
And food.
Excellent. Excellent.
John Beringer fan says, have some ice cream on your break and turn that frown upside down. If Nick gets you a bowl of ice cream, will you be happier?
When am I going to get a bowl of ice cream?
Great question.
The store.
There's no frown. I'm just tired.
How could you be tired in a shirt like that?
Great question.
I don't know, man. Seems crazy to me.
Maybe because I don't see it as well as everyone else does.
That's true. That's
Unless
true.
I'm looking, but if I start looking down too much, I'll just nod off.
I just never seen a guy walk in your shirt and say, "I'm not really having a good day today."
That's true.
No, again, it wasn't. I'm
That's
not.
a great point.
I'm
No
tired.
depressed person is ever wearing a Hawaiian shirt.
Whole question. Have you ever seen a depressed man in a Hawaiian shirt before today?
Do you think that there's not depression in Hawaii?
Well,
I mean, there was that one day.
oh, jeez.
You can make a Pearl Harbor joke in 2025. It should be allowed. That should be fine, I think.
Wow. Nick, I have friends who live in Hawaii.
I'm
I'm
sure
glad
someone
they
was
were okay.
walking
I'm glad
through
they're
the
safe.
They're my
Harbor.
age.
I'm sure someone was walking through the hospital with a Hawaiian shirt on that
Oh
day.
man, it's a
saying,
great day.
great day.
What day of the week was that?
That was
Nothing
a
bad will
Sunday.
ever happen.
It was they were sitting down for Red Zone. And then everything changed, Nick.
They're eating bread and wings
Mm.
and with their Hawaiian shirts.
The Cowboys didn't even exist in 1941.
The good old days.
How good were the Rams back in 1941?
That was when they were. Oh,
Were they around?
yeah, they were 37.
Nice.
I think they were still in Cleveland. I can't remember.
Did you guys know that there's actually a Pearl Harbor conspiracy theory?
Oh, no.
That's the crossover.
I think
All
it's
right.
over.
Powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha.
Why are you so uncomfy about Pearl
EverlevelConcrete.com.
Harbor?
We're not, Nick.
We have a Friday Grum next on 1620 The Zone. But first, it's nap time.
Your Omaha area forecast presented by Bellevue Berry and Pumpkin Ranch from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Every tree tells a story. At Lanahaw, we've been growing robust, healthy plants and trees for generations. Fall is the best time.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Well, here we go. It is a Friday. It's a One Beer Friday, and we're headed into, finally, a Nebraska game weekend.
God, it's been gone too long.
Oh.
Too long.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the program. John, Josh, and Nick. It's going to be kind of odd. I mean, we've had nice, intense live sports on every day this week.
Know.
Well, not every day. We didn't have it on Monday. And
I'm gonna
now,
miss baseball.
silence. Same thing tonight. Silence. Silence of the Lambs.
It's not good. This is a dumb schedule. Why would you not have playoff games on a Friday?
Well, I mean,
Also, they have a quadruple header tomorrow and then
Yeah.
only 2 games on Sunday and 2 games on Monday. This is NBA. The NBA-ification of baseball continues. Expanded playoff and dumb days off between games.
Yeah, which college games are tonight even?
BYU plays really late tonight. It's like a 9th. There's not very many
yeah,
games
it's
tonight.
It's not a. It's
West
not a
Virginia,
late schedule.
BYU.
This really would have been a good window.
It would, yeah. I mean, there's only one power-on-power game in college football tonight, and then it's a bunch of G5 stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, it would have been a great night for it, but no baseball for us.
Oh well, it's perfect then.
Perfect.
I'll get to sleep early.
You will get to go to bed.
I'll get
That
to
will
go
be
to bed.
nice. That will be
Yeah,
nice.
last night was not a great night for getting to sleep on time.
I was thinking about you because obviously your team lost, so you were in a poor mood,
I
and then
was
you
in
were
a poor
probably
mood. I
laying in
was in a
bed,
poor
and then
mood
your
the whole game.
Your
It
brain
just
was
rough.
probably running the whole time, and so then you
Yeah.
couldn't fall asleep, and then you were
Yeah.
getting angry because you couldn't fall asleep,
Yeah.
which made you angry about the game again.
Yeah.
And now the YouTube comment section is just reminding you that the Rams lost to the 49ers last
Well, I'm not
night.
paying attention to that, so who
Probably
cares?
for the best.
Not only
Yeah.
the 49ers, they lost to
They lost to Mac Jones. They lost to Kyle
Oh,
Shanahan.
it was the worst.
Al Michaels was a terrible
defensive-
announcer.
Is he
Worst-
okay?
He's getting.
He can't see.
It's the worst. It was easily the worst defensive performance
He
I've
needs a
seen from them
spotter.
in a long time.
Mm.
It was
He needs a spotter.
brutal. I mean, hey,
He does.
we have a backup quarterback in there who probably won't throw the ball down the field. So let's not cover anybody close
Mm.
within the first 7 yards and just let them run little crossers and little flat routes out and just dink, 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 dink. And it worked.
It did.
It worked.
It did.
I cannot complain. I cannot cry foul.
Can't complain.
Well, I can complain.
Yeah,
I guess
yeah,
I can't
complain
cry
away.
foul. I
Yeah,
can't
John,
cry
do it.
foul. Though I have seen some Frisco fans, oh, you guys got all the calls last night.
You still won.
This
Why would
sounds
you
like
complain about that?
This sounds like a fan base that hasn't won a Super Bowl in 31 years.
Longer than the Cowboys.
That is
streak.
true.
Dave Fight asked, what was the worst element? The doink field goal, the goal line fumble, or losing to a quarterback on crutches? I'll add in the last one. Were you okay with the decision to go for it?
Oh, of course.
Were you okay with the play call?
No.
Yeah.
Especially after 2 timeouts. It's like, that's what we came up with?
Man, that was rough.
That's what we came up with? Yeah, the
That was
fumble.
rough.
It was all.
All of the
it,
above.
It was pretty
All.
excruciating.
Yeah.
The whole game was pretty excruciating. You know, you think you got the momentum, you think you're going to grab the lead, and then the Rams' crappy special team strikes again, another blocked PAT.
No,
that means-
that didn't happen
that
under
means
Scott Frost.
2 blocked PATs. You know, Nick, you got a point.
Bring back Frost.
Frost was a special teams analyst last year, as well as getting the copies and making the coffee.
Mm-hmm.
They did not have a blocked PAT or special teams, as I recall last year.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so enjoy it, Frisco. You won. You and Mac Jones.
You and Mac
You
Jones.
and Mac Jones.
And a bunch of duct tape and super glue.
I hope
Mac
there
and
is a
me.
quarterback controversy now. That'd be funny.
We haven't had an old school quarterback controversy in a
haven't.
while.
It always
I always
happens with-
like him.
We haven't.
It always happens to the 49ers, though.
Does it?
I feel like it.
There wasn't a quarterback controversy a few years ago. They just decided it was Brock Purdy's time.
Yeah.
Also, everybody else was hurt, so it
Yeah.
had to be Brock Purdy.
Yeah. That's true.
Yeah.
And then I missed all the hubbub
Hubbub.
of the end of the Cubs game yesterday because I didn't miss it. I was on the radio.
I didn't see that until I was going to bed.
What
Yeah,
happened?
I had no idea. All I knew was the called third strike. They were arguing it. And of course, I'm in my car saying, shut the hell up. It was a called third strike. Get out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, not being able to see it.
Classic.
Also, I did not see either of the replay reviews that both went against the Cubs, including one that took away a run that was erroneous, in my opinion.
Mm.
But yeah, so I didn't know about that. And then I saw the video of all the Padres going after the umpires because the umpire locker room is down the visitors clubhouse tunnel. So when the umpires leave the field, they go through the visitors dugout.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, you know how you have the receiving line, Nick, you'll find this out in another few months. You have the receiving line after the ceremony.
Nice.
It was like a receiving line, but the opposite.
It was, yes.
It was like a receiving line, but I hate you.
Yes, and I hate you
It
line.
was like a receiving line, but I'm not giving you a gift
Meanwhile,
unless I hock this loogie on
They
your
were throwing
face.
razors at you
And-
instead of rice.
and fireworks are going off in the background.
Yeah,
People were so excited.
While the other team is celebrating.
Go Cubs, go.
It was wow.
Yeah,
You-
spicy.
Very spicy. Very spicy.
So last night we were at the softball game, but we couldn't watch the Yankees game, so we just had it pulled up on the little stats thing that the MLB app has.
The stats monitor.
Yes. And there was a catcher's interference call that was then called back at one point. That was really weird.
I don't know. I didn't see it.
It was showed up weird on the stats monitor thing because it was like, oh, they scored. How'd they score? Catcher's interference. Oh, nope. I guess they took it back, but it took 5 minutes.
Baseball.
Yeah, that was the least consequential thing that happened yesterday. Was that Yankees game?
Mm-hmm.
It was on. The TV was on, but I paid
you weren't watching.
zero attention to it. Except I would look up occasionally. And it's like,
Oh, that's the score.
Oh, it's 4-0.
Mm.
Oh, it's still 4-0. And then
It could have been the greatest baseball game of all time, and you have zero takes on it.
I mean, that was a rookie starting pitcher who did that.
wow, this is.
Oh,
So
there's
we're
12.
watching this old Miami Florida State game from 9 years ago.
9 years ago. Wow.
And Miami fans,
Oh!
the classiest fans in sports, are throwing beers and waters and sodas onto the field.
Mm.
I don't remember this.
No, I don't. I have zero recollection of this football game.
Mm.
And they ain't happy.
That's
Yeah.
one of those things. It's one of those pieces of fan behavior that all it takes is it's not just one person. It's got to be like 2 or 3. But once you get to that second or third object thrown onto the field, then
Everybody
it's all hell
follows.
breaks loose. It's like, oh man, if he's going to do it, I'm going to do it.
I
And
would
then
never do
Then
that.
you're like picking up stuff. You're picking up your wife's purse. You're picking up your wife. You're trying to throw them on the field.
wife on the field.
It's
weird
mob mentality. The best story I have about that was they did George Bell was a free agent signing by the Cubs back in 91. And we thought, oh man, him and Dawson together, it's going to be great. They're going to hit 40 home runs apiece. He didn't have a great season. End of the season, Cubs have another typical bad year. And it
Classic
was
Cubs.
George Bell poster day.
George Bell poster.
Where they gave everybody in the stand, gave everyone, the first 10,000 fans get a George Bell poster. And they were all like rolled up. You know how you used to roll up the posters and put like rubber bands around them. And George Bell had another bad game and I think struck out for the second or third time. And guess what came flying on the field?
Posters.
All the George Bell posters.
That's pretty good.
Wow.
Hey, Cubs, you gave these us. We'll give them back. Whee!
That's pretty funny.
Here is the Grum Down.
Mm.
Brought to you by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Mostly happy, mostly sad after 1-1, mostly tired.
Mm.
Mostly tired.
Yeah, John didn't come to Omaha right away. Normally he comes right here after his show. Did you go home and take a nap?
No, I had to go get my flu shot.
Look at you, big
They
lip
have
John.
blue shots in Omaha.
Well, but they don't give you $10 off coupons.
At Hy-Vee?
Target.
Oh, okay.
So I was able to buy a couple of things with my $10 coupon.
Awesome.
Congrats on the coupon.
Yeah.
Love getting
do my
things.
rare shopping for the month.
Nice.
Devin Gardner, who will be on the call. You will hear his voice tomorrow on FS1.
Nice get, Nick.
Devin is going to join us today.
Yeah.
From Lincoln. He's here.
Yeah.
To do the game.
Yeah.
But what about the wind?
But what about the wind?
NFL preview. We've got
interesting games.
Interesting games, but there's a few that are like,
yeah, for sure. But
yeah.
the games that are like
the games that are interesting are interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
Kent's Movie Club today. We'll meet the parents.
And Nick is going to say it sucks.
You don't know what I'm going to say.
Well, I saw the look on your face. You're not a good poker player.
College football preview, Miami, Florida State, just like the old days.
Oh, so they're going to throw crap on the field.
The classic days of the Miami, Florida State rivalry, 2016.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have our betting trends, our keys, our predictions.
Awesome.
The Super Friends Roundtable with Jack Mitchell returns this week. He'll join us at 5:30. We'll simulcast with our sister station, KLIN in Lincoln, and chit-chat about the game one last time. And then, of course, it is a cross-strain round beer Friday.
I don't know.
Yeah,
beer is round. You don't want a square beer.
Beer is, the magic thing about beer, Nick, it takes the shape of the container it's in.
That's true.
I bet it would taste different if it was in a square container, though, right?
I saw a commercial.
I have no takes.
Again,
that shape.
YouTube rabbit hole.
Yeah.
It was like a montage of old 80s beer commercials. They used to have such great jingles. But there was a beer, I think it was Blatz. You know how Coors has the little stubby bottles?
I love those.
Mm-hmm. Those are great.
These were stubby bottles, but I don't even think they had a neck.
Wait, and what brand was this?
I think it was Blatz. All I remember is seeing going, how do you drink out of that thing? It was so weird.
Is it this one, John? Is it that? Gosh, it looks like medicine.
Yeah.
It looks like
it looked even weirder
grandpa's
than that.
cough medicine.
What do I need to look up for
old
that?
grandpa's cough
Blatz
medicine.
stubby bottle.
Yeah, I think that was it.
Wow, it does look very strange.
It was kind of a rounded, squared off thing. It was weird.
Yeah, that's like something they would give you in the 1900s if you had a cold.
Oh, yeah, you're not feeling very good. Well, here's some coke.
Here's
some straight up heroin.
Oh man.
Oh no, these were it. They looked like little kegs, but they had a wide
mouth.
They had a wide mouth, little neck on them. They just looked so weird.
Very strange. It was a different time.
It was a different time.
But anyway, let us know what you're drinking, and you can win. Nick, what can the folks win today from Cross Strain?
$25 gift card to Cross Strain.
Let's go.
You don't have to have a weird beer container.
But the weirder, the better for our photos.
Ooh.
Take a photo in a fun if you're at home and you got a fun glass or something, we would love to see. Show us your fun glass.
Maybe we should make it like a contest.
Who has the funnest?
And then Nick gets to pick which one.
I am way down on that.
Okay.
That's a great idea.
Okay, here we go. Today's One Beer Friday winner. Listen up, Nick. Today's One Beer Friday winner. It's your choice.
Okay.
But we want either the most fun or most unusual picture of your One Beer Friday.
Okay, I like that.
So it could be a weird container. It could be you posing with weird container.
And it's up to my discretion.
It's up to Nick's discretion.
It could be like in a weird background.
And,
fun and weird.
And I'll just say right now, I won't pick the winner until Monday morning.
Well, why not?
To give people enough time.
Okay.
To get fun pictures
Look
in.
at that. He's combining his laziness with a good idea.
Because maybe
laziness.
someone will pose with their One Beer Friday next to their drunk friend who had Michigan State plus 11.5 and the Huskers
backdoor cover
covered them, and then they're passed out on the lawn, and you know how they shaved AJ's eyebrows in The Sopranos.
Gonna draw like a wiener on
and
their
draw
face?
Exactly, and then
Awesome.
you pose with the beer. That could win.
I like it.
Hashtag One Beer Friday. You get all weekend this time.
There you go.
All weekend.
So the funner, the better.
Awesome.
The more unusual, the better. Nick will pick one at random. You must use the hashtag One Beer Friday. Or else Nick may not see it.
Not at random. I'll use my discretion to find the most
it's
fun
Nick's
one.
discretion. It's Nick's discretion. There you go.
Perfect.
Coming up next, we'll talk with Devin Gardner, former Michigan quarterback, and he will be the analyst on tomorrow's Fox Sports broadcast, along with Tim Brando of Nebraska, Michigan State. We'll get his perspective on what he sees from the Huskers doing the tape study and talking with the coaches and more next, right here on 1620 The Zone. We forgot to remind you that the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline is 402-951-1620. You can either use it to call or text. Devin is busy at the moment, so we'll try to reconnect with him. sometimes you're at the mercy of whatever the coach or the team
Meetings.
has time for you.
Indeed.
To chit chat about the squad. I believe we have Don on the Prairie Flower Casino hotline. Don, are you there?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
What's going on, Don?
Go ahead.
Hey, guys. So let me go ahead and preface this by saying that I think Matt Rule is an awesome guy. There's a lot to like about him, obviously. But, I'm kind of curious. Am I the only person who thinks that he's doing all this house rules, joining the Pat McAfee show weekly, just for the inevitable end of when he quits coaching in Nebraska to just start his career as a commentator? It just kind of seems like, to me, it seems obvious. I don't think he's doing it for the eyeballs of the players or recruits. It seems like he's just kind of preparing himself in case this doesn't work or when he inevitably decides he wants to quit coaching. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, there might be an element of that in there, but I don't think the main motivation was to prepare for life after football. Remember, Matt Rule is set for life. I mean, he got a nice, healthy buyout from Carolina, even though he, I think, had to pay some of it back to offset, the salary that Nebraska is paying him. But either way, he's going to be set up for a very long time, so he doesn't necessarily need a career. Most people, if they want to carry on in the field, will probably do things like Rule has, guest shots. I truly think that the main motivation, outside of, he
likes talking.
He likes talking. He just does. Is
recruiting, right?
Is to recruit and to promote the program.
Yeah.
Because the old-fashioned college football coaches show is really a thing of the past.
Yes.
Do they still even do one?
I was just going to ask you the same question. I have no idea.
It used to be that Tom would always have the show, or Frank would have the show, or Bo would have his show on Sunday morning, or sometimes it was Sunday night after the game. Those really don't exist, or if they do, they're
a much pared down
version. I mean, it used to be that they would go over every play of the game, and the coach would speak,
That's
and then
wild.
they would bring a player guest or two in, and all that stuff. This has really replaced that. I think Matt Rule is using this as a promotional vehicle mainly, but there's no doubt he's exercising his chit-chat chops. And could it set him up after a coaching career to transition better into a world of sports punditry or an analyst position or I'm not talking coaching analyst, I'm talking broadcast
TV,
analyst. Yeah. Absolutely. But I think
he didn't need to do that to
no.
If that's what he wanted his future to be, he would have been just fine.
Think the main motivation, 90% of the motivation has to do with, I want to promote the program. I want to show everybody across the country how good Nebraska is. And because it not just for recruiting, but also just for perception. Mm-hmm. The perception that Matt Rule is there, Matt Rule is everywhere, Matt Rule represents Nebraska. That means a lot today. We talk about the big brands all the time in college sports. This is Matt Rule's way of trying to remind folks, hey, we're still a big brand.
Yeah, indeed.
Let's welcome in on the same Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline, the former Michigan quarterback who is now a Fox Sports analyst himself and will be on the call tomorrow afternoon when Nebraska takes on Michigan State. Devin Gardner joining us. Devin, how you doing? Welcome to Nebraska.
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for welcoming me. And I was thinking, am I going to say, hey, you guys are my friends? I don't really know you guys that well, but any friends of Kugler are friends of mine.
Look at that.
Oh wait. You're a friend of Kugler? Devin, it's been great talking to you. Thanks for joining us. No problem. Is this your first visit back here since 2012?
No, we actually had Illinois last year, right?
Okay, that's
Illinois
right.
Game that maybe didn't end in the favor of Nebraska.
Oh, that's right.
We had you guys last year.
That's right. Well, either way, I'm curious as you look at this year's team versus the team you saw last year, because it's almost exactly a year apart. What are you seeing different? And especially when it comes to Dylan, because his game has certainly evolved too since 1 year ago.
Yeah, I've really been impressed with what I see from Dylan because, as a freshman, you can, even though he was very mature and a lot more mature than a lot of other freshmen. His head was still spinning at times, and you saw that at the end of that Illinois game that I had. However, a lot of the holding the ball, a lot of the bad footwork just because, right, when you don't really have to because you're talented, a lot of that stuff has subsided. And it's been really impressive because you hear the murmurs and the discord about how he's still holding the ball. Well, when you go really do your homework and watch the film, that's not the case, right? He's getting the ball out quickly. And when he does hold the ball, it's because A, there's nobody open downfield, or B, it appears that he held the ball because of the pressure that got to him very quickly. And a lot of that discord came from the Michigan game, where you're playing against a world-class, the country's best type of pass rush. And I think some of that will be eliminated this week.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that, Devin. Like, I wonder what you saw in that game a couple of weeks ago and how much of that was the team that they were playing and like, I guess, how big of a problem you think it could be in the remaining 8 games given the level of competition.
So I think it remains to be seen, but that team they were playing in Michigan was a different defensive team. That team is one of the best in the country at getting after the passer, and they're really starting to figure themselves out, right? So I think that was a bit of an isolated incident. However, you still got to address it, and they're going to move some guys around at tackle and different things like that to make sure that's shored up. Because the one thing I took away from that game, I was impressed with Dylan, that he didn't get outside himself much, right? He didn't make that huge mistake, right? He tried to stay with the plan and do all the things you want to do as a quarterback. And then when it was winning time, right, he did a good job of getting him down the field. And I was really impressed to see him kind of deal with all that, because I've been in that position. 2013 against Michigan State, sacked 115 times, and I was coughing up blood the whole next week. So it's a tough experience when you're playing a defense like that, but I think he handled it well.
Devin Gardner of Fox Sports joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Matt Rule has been pretty careful this week, and really the last 2 weeks because of the idle week, of acknowledging that on defense, they were a couple of bad plays away from being right there in the game, without making it sound like that's the only reason that they lost and not trying to necessarily excuse it away. I'm curious, as you saw that game last week and those busted runs that Michigan had, if Nebraska felt closer than maybe what the game flow indicated.
Oh, certainly. He's exactly right there. And then, for a coach, nobody wants to hear that, but there are excuses in life and there are reasons. And some of the reasons were exactly right. A misfit here and a misfit there. You've got yourself a different ball game. And also, I hate to go back to Dylan and give him even more credit, but if he doesn't make a few of the plays he makes, it's an even different game, where Michigan kind of might pull away because he was able to make some special plays in some unwarranted circumstances that you probably don't want your quarterback under. One vividly, I remember, it's a 8-man protection. They only rush 5, and they get home scot-free. He makes a guy miss and throws a nice pass down the field, right? So I think they did all they could to try to help and make sure they can block these guys, but I think that day it was just Michigan's day.
Devin, we've had a bit of a debate this week about Nebraska's run offense and run defense on like which one would be better to improve if you could wave the magic wand. In your opinion, which of the fixes would help this 2025 team more if they were able to wave that magic wand and fix it overnight?
Gosh, this is a offensive sport, right? And I'm an offensive guy.
Yeah.
You get that running game going and you allow your electrifying quarterback to be even more special, in my opinion. Obviously, we would all in a perfect world like to fix both of them. However, if you got to pick one, right now today, you fix the running game and you give Raiola even more opportunity, because the best defense is a great offense that stays on the field where you don't even have to see the run defense.
Talking with Devin Gardner of Fox. He will be on the call tomorrow with Tim Brando at the 3:00 kickoff, Nebraska and Michigan State. I'm curious what you think of Aiden Childs. His numbers, like Dylan's, have improved year to year.
Yeah.
What do you think of him?
This has been a really fun week for me. One, for Dylan Raiola, obviously, I kind of broke him into the country a year ago against Illinois. And Aiden Childs, I didn't study him much. His film just didn't cross over a bunch last year. But I did go back and look at some stuff and see the things he can improve on, and then go to watch what he improved on. And I'm just telling you, this quarterback battle that you're going to have this week, I think it's the most underrated quarterback matchup in all the country, because I don't think anybody knows about Aiden Childs and what he's been doing. And he's been really, really impressive. I charted all his throws after his first game, right, where the competition wasn't great, right? And I just wanted to see, are his eyes in the right place? Can I identify with what he was trying to do? And I came away saying that there's not one time this season. Now, has he been perfect? No. but there's not one time where I'm scratching my head looking like, what is this kid doing? And that's great improvement. So I'm really excited for this matchup between these two quarterbacks.
Yeah, Devin, what are you seeing year over year that has allowed for him to cut down on the mistakes? Like last year, quite turnover prone. This year, only one interception, and it came in the matchup versus an FCS team. How has he been able to keep better care of the football in 2025?
Well, he knows exactly what he wants to do, right? His eyes are always in the right place, and he's not trying to wear the cape all the time, right? You know, when you're a playmaker and you've got great talent, and this happens for Raiola as well, you get in these situations where the defense wins, but you've got to find a way to win still, right? And that's when you get yourself in trouble. And even his interception against Youngstown, like, he knows exactly where he wants to go with the ball. He picked the right place. However, the safety makes an amazing play where he gives them middle open, then he flips his hips, runs back, and makes the play on the ball. So it's just decision-making and growth. And I'm just telling you, it comes with maturity. When you mature in offensive, you mature and trust your coordinator, and you get to really understand what you're supposed to be doing, you can play a lot cleaner version of football, and both these quarterbacks are doing it.
Devin, what do you think Nebraska's biggest concern is this week about Michigan State?
The unknown. I think it's the unknown, right? For Michigan State, are they going to find a run game, right? Because that's the one thing that Nebraska's defense struggles with, stopping the run, and it's linked to them being a great pass defense, right? So do you sacrifice some of your pass defense to stop the run? And then does Aiden Childs have a great day, right? So I think that the running game for Michigan State hasn't been great to this point in the season. However, it's almost like the perfect negative storm for Nebraska because their run game hasn't been, their run stopping game hasn't been great. So you imagine with a bye week, Michigan State's going to come in thinking, hey, we can really start to jumpstart our run game and really help our quarterback as well.
Devin, how legit do you think Nebraska's pass defense is, given the quarterbacks that they have played, the level of competition? Obviously, the Brendan Sorsby performance in week 1 is really aging pretty well. But what do you think about it overall ahead of this game tomorrow versus Childs?
They got really good players in that back end, right? And like I said, the issue would come is when you start to sacrifice guys from the back end to help in the run game because you're not stopping it, then is the pass game still as good? And like you said, the competition hasn't been great, but that Sorsby game where I was high coming into the season on Sorsby, and they were able to really limit him in the pass game. So if they can replicate that, they'll have a real chance this week to continue with their great passing performance on defense, because I think they're giving up, 75 yards, just over 75.8 yards per game, which is incredible.
And it comes without a pass rush. I mean, Nebraska really hasn't done a great job of rushing the pass. How rare is that?
Oh, it's very rare, because if you don't get pressure on the quarterback, guys can sit back and make plays. Now, I will preface that by saying, again, they haven't played great competition. However, Sorsby is a really good quarterback. And, you play Bryce Underwood. He's not quite there yet as far as a passer, right? So you kind of eliminate that one. And I think this is the real test. Cincinnati is their first test. They're going to get a real opportunity to see where they are as not only a pass defense back end, but what they can try to manufacture in the pass rush game.
Devin, last one from me. Fans are always wondering, how can a team be so good on offense between the 20s, moving the ball up and down the field, but then they get down into the red zone or into the red zone area and they struggle to finish? Of course, it's been a big topic of conversation with Nebraska, the whole start to the Michigan game. We saw that. What do you attribute that to as a former quarterback yourself, of why that? Is it just that the field shrinks and so the playbook isn't as open as you would want it to be?
Yeah, when that field shrinks, it makes it very difficult, and every decision is magnified, right? Every movement in the pocket, every decision, where am I going to try this throw and turn it over when I have points on the board, right? So you can get a little cautious at times, right? And I think when you add in that run game, if they can get that run game going, it'll remedy a lot of those issues, right? Because now defenses, the field can be as shrink because they don't know that you're going to pass the football, right? You have to try to run the football, and if they can fix that, I think they will really help them in that red zone area.
Devin Gardner of Fox. Devin, you've seen a lot of teams this year, not just calling them, but also watching film as you prepare for these games. I'm curious if there is a team that stands out to you right now as the best in college football.
It pains me to say this, but
Oh, no.
Ohio State right now. And obviously I'm very high on their quarterback.
Yeah.
He was in the same Elite 11 as Dylan Raiola. Both those guys competed well. He ended up winning the MVP. But it's the defense for Ohio State right now. Their defensive front seven is incredible. Those two linebackers. And then when you talk about a front seven and you get to back it up with Caleb Downs, it's just not fair. It's just not fair. So at this very moment, but a lot of times throughout the years, and those times where Michigan was able to beat Ohio State at the end of the season the last few years, excluding the last year because Michigan just wasn't quite there yet as a full team in their full season. In those other years, it's because Ohio State was so good in the beginning, right? They were exactly who they wanted to be, and you can only go down from there, right? So by the end of the season, Michigan has improved the entire season, and so now that clash is a little different than what it would have been early in the season. This year, I think that Ohio State's still improving, right? And that's terrifying for me.
Oh, yeah, it is, especially after what they did to Washington last week. That was
sure.
a really good Washington team that they faced. Devin Gardner's on the call with Tim Brando tomorrow on Fox. FS1, of course, is where the game will be. Devin, we really appreciate it. Thanks for coming on the program.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me. And Timmy B says, how do you do?
Of course
Thank you,
does.
Devin.
Thanks, Devin. Devin Gardner of Fox Sports.
Nice.
That's
Interesting quarterback matchup, man. You could tell just listening to a
he's
former
excited.
quarterback. Yeah, getting to watch these
quarterbacks
two.
love watching other quarterbacks.
They really do, especially two guys that are playing at a really high level. And I mean, coming into this season, the conversation with Childs was, but a lot of turnovers. And he had the same numbers last year as Dylan Raiola, 13 to 11. And this year they have the same numbers, 11 to 1. So they have both gotten off to really nice starts. It's just, we've broken it down and we're going to do a little bit more, of course, today. The weaknesses of Nebraska are the weaknesses that they are facing, and the strengths are in some ways the strengths. And so that, I think, makes for an interesting game that we'll see tomorrow afternoon.
But
hey, Josh, nice get.
Oh, thanks, Nick.
Both quarterbacks will have to deal with the wind.
They will have to deal with the wind.
The ill wind. It just so happens this is the exact same weekend as last year's Rutgers game, which was the last time that the wind was kind of a big story. So here's what the current forecast has to say tomorrow for Lincoln, and these are the hours.
Oh, wow. You got the full nerdery here.
Yeah, I got the graphic.
Is this the JB weather station?
No,
or is this
look, it says National Weather Service.
Okay.
That's from the National Weather Service.
Why does it look like an NES game?
Anyway.
Because it's, I don't know. Ask them why they use this. But anyway, so you're talking sustained winds all throughout the game of 20, look at 4 o'clock, 28 miles an hour, sustained.
Yeah.
The gusts will be in the mid to upper 30s.
Mid
to upper 30 mile an hour. And if you look back at last year's Rutgers game, played on the same exact weekend, it was all, I don't remember this, but it was also a hot day.
Yeah, remember. So I was going to say remember, but you don't remember. So afterwards, Greg Schiano said he had never coached in a game like this. It was like a furnace because it was so hot. Thankfully, tomorrow won't be as warm. Whereas the high temp last year was almost 100. Tomorrow, I believe it's going to be in the 80s. So it'll still be warm, but it won't feel like that. You know what it's like when you get temperatures like that and it's that hot. It sucks.
The difference, though, is that unlike last year, remember last year it was windy out of the southwest all morning and early afternoon, but then about 30 minutes or so before kickoff, the wind shifted, and that's when Matt Rule pulled the okie doke on the coin toss and took the ball.
Yes.
He took the ball first in the first quarter. Nebraska then got their 2 scores in the first quarter. And that meant in the second half, it was Rutgers' decision.
And they chose the ball.
And Rutgers chose the ball,
So
but
Nebraska
that meant
chose the
Nebraska
wind.
got the wind in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, which was
And
obviously
that ended
really
up being big because Buschini had a couple of punts with the wind that sent Rutgers down to the other end of the
So
field.
let's see if something similar happens tomorrow. You know,
It certainly could.
Yeah,
It certainly could.
depending on which way the wind is coming.
And it obviously could have effect on the passing game as well. I would say this. I mean, for a Michigan State team that I think is going to need every help it can get with its beleaguered pass defense, it's probably a bit better help to them than it will be to Nebraska. Because to me, anyway, the biggest concern is what Childs decides to do with his legs, right? I'm not expecting Childs to throw for 350 in this game.
That'd be a
But
huge problem if he did.
Yeah, so you're saying a mobile quarterback would really benefit whatever team uses one
No,
in this game.
Nick, that is not what John is saying.
Well,
He's
he
saying
hasn't
it will benefit Childs. He's not saying Nebraska should have a mobile quarterback.
no, I didn't say that.
He didn't say that, Nick.
I'm
I
just
didn't
saying
say that either.
That's the benefit of a mobile quarterback.
I'm just saying the team with a mobile quarterback feels like they're going to have a slight edge.
Interesting.
So we will see. We will see just how much of an impact it will have, and we will also see what Aiden Childs and the Michigan State offense has for Nebraska.
Indeed, we will. By the way, unrelated to this game, but it is now official. The Ravens have ruled out Lamar Jackson for Sunday. He strained his hamstring, of course, last week versus Kansas City. So he will be on the sidelines, and it will be Cooper Rush making the start.
Is there a stat somewhere that shows the percentage of time Lamar Jackson has been healthy compared to how when he hasn't been healthy?
I mean, you could just go, you could add up the number of games he started and then divide that by the total number of games played in the season.
I just don't know if it was readily available because it feels like he gets, out of all the star quarterbacks, it feels like he's the one that gets hurt the most.
More than Joe Burrow?
I can tell you right now that using Pro Football Reference, let's see.
Thank you, PFR.
Actually, he's played in more games than you would expect.
Actually, yeah, he started all 17 games last year. He started
16. I think he missed one because they didn't need the game.
Right.
They were the 1 seed.
But then in 21 and 22, it was 12 starts. In 20 and 19, it was 15. Again, they were probably in position where they didn't need to play him in week 16, so they didn't.
Yeah.
And then in his rookie season,
I think he started the last 7 games.
Started the last 7 games.
Okay.
So
it's actually a lot. It'd be what, 98 divided by, if you're not counting the rest weeks in there, it's probably, I mean, it's still probably close to 90% of the game.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow is worse.
Oh,
Joe Burrow missed
worse.
most of his rookie year. He's going to miss most of this year. He missed most of 2 years ago. You know, that guy's been out a lot. But this is the problem with having a mobile quarterback. They're not perfect, are they? Interesting. This does suck, though. It could be 1-5.
It could be 1.
Yeah, Sad Husker fan points out they're 4-10 with him out. Yeah, that's a huge drop off. You know, like some.
Oh yeah,
because his game is so unique.
Texans are favored at Baltimore.
Yeah, what year is it? 2023. Yikes.
The Texans are favored at Baltimore. That's all you have to know.
Lane points out they'll have Cooper Rush throwing 4-yard out patterns.
Oh, is that their backup?
Yeah.
Wow.
Famously, he is a backup.
He's
won some games.
He is a backup.
He's won some games.
He is a backup. I'm going to look right now and see if there's been a line surge here.
Well, I think the expectation all week has been that he wouldn't.
It hasn't changed yet. It's still 1.5. Still 1.5. But we'll see if any more money comes in on the total, though, has come down. It's now 40.5.
Interesting. By the way, a reminder, let us know what you're drinking and let us know what you're drinking in style, because if you have the most fun or weird looking thing that you are drinking out of, Nick will choose or could choose you, and you'll win a $25 gift card to Cross Strain. Cody is drinking a Bud Light, but with the Nebraska N on it, while watching us in his garage. And he adds, also, that beautiful lib mower has not injured me this year.
Oh, our lib mower hasn't injured us either.
I haven't mowed this year, so I remain uninjured as well.
My mower didn't injure me.
Are you sure? What if it would have grabbed the bag? Are you sure the lawnmower didn't grab the bag?
Yeah,
No.
John.
No,
you
the
could have
lawnmower
gotten
was-
Wile Coyote'd by your lawnmower.
No, it was the lawnmower bag. Lawnmower bag.
Mm.
All right. We'll have more coming up. We'll take a look at the NFL schedule this weekend. And we've got Kent's Movie Club coming up.
Meet the parents.
That reminds me, I need to send him the link.
Nice.
I'll do that right now as we pause for these messages on 1620 The Zone.
But first, Josh Peterson here for KRT Athletic Muscle Cream. When I heard about that injury that's keeping one of the starting quarterbacks out on Sunday, the first thing I wondered was, has he tried KRT Athletic Muscle Cream? I strained my hamstring at the beginning of the year, and I always wonder what would have happened to me if I would have had that product in my life in February and March and April and May, because I didn't get a chance to try it until June. Well, I am trying to right those wrongs potentially for you in your life. Go to the website, krtrelief.com, where you can get free shipping on orders over $15. You can also claim 10% off of your order today. And a great reminder, this is not just for after you have been hurt, after you have been injured. You can prepare your body before a workout because their unique formula primes your muscles by increasing blood flow and oxygen delivery. allowing for a more effective warm-up. And yes, you can also use it afterwards as well if maybe something happened inside of that workout that left you in a bit of pain, struggling, so you can get back in and stay in the game faster. Go to the website today. Take advantage of those deals. KRTRelief.com.
Don't forget our coverage of the Nebraska-Michigan State game will commence tomorrow afternoon at 12:30, live from the Blur Events tailgate. By the way, go to our website, 1620thezone.com. You can win tailgate passes to future Blur events. It's always an awesome time there. Michael showed a video earlier today on Twitter of the pet band coming through.
Playing Hey Baby.
They always have fun
I love
drinking
that.
games and
Hey, baby.
games up on all the TVs. Hopefully they'll have baseball up there for me because the Cubs will be playing tomorrow during 1620, the pregame.
I think if you ask, they'll just have it on a TV for you.
Speaking of the Cubs, before you get back to the other stuff we're doing tomorrow, Matt in Chicago checks in town for the game this weekend, listening on the radio. You guys sound different than on the YouTube stream. Happy One Beer Friday.
It's because of processing.
Is it because he's not in Chicago anymore?
Chicago!
There we go.
Yeah.
Nice.
And then a Big Red overreaction after the game with severe reaction Sunday morning at 8.
Wow.
So we've got you covered right here on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg.
People forget.
I love FM radio when it's not playing music. I do.
I just played music on AM radio, though.
Yeah, for like 3 seconds, and it was great for everybody because then it got back to John and me talking about the National Football League, a great sport that we all love today.
You're used to that, aren't you?
What?
3 seconds, great for everybody, then talking about football.
Damn you.
Before we get to the games, Aaron Schatz, friend of the Grum, his latest column for ESPN. Would you like the good news first or the bad news first?
Is it about the Cowboys or is it about the Eagles?
It's about both.
Okay. Give me the bad news.
The bad news.
The Eagles are 4-0. They're the Super Bowl champs. I know.
The Dallas Cowboys have the 8th worst pass defense in DVOA history.
I've been trying to tell everybody they are terrible.
Yeah.
No one will listen to me.
Yeah. They're DVOA. Now, the good news is they are still way behind the worst pass defense in NFL history.
Who's that?
That'd be the 1979 Joe Montana was merely a rookie San Francisco 49er.
Better days for you, John. The Niners hadn't won 5 Super Bowls.
I think Green Bay just got somebody on defense. They should have gotten Cowboys should have gone for him.
There are 2 teams of the last 6 years that have a worse pass defense through 4 games than Dallas does this year.
How many teams?
There are 2 teams in the last 6 years that have a worse pass defense, according to Aaron Schatz's numbers, than Dallas does this year.
Okay.
The 2019 Miami Dolphins,
That tracks.
who finished 5-11, and the Denver Broncos of 2 years ago, who finished 8-9.
I don't remember them being, well, I mean, that's the year the Dolphins scored 70 on them, but that was a lot of running stuff. I don't remember that team being a bad pass defense. Interesting.
Well, this
Cowboys pass defense is terrible. Wait, you said there was good news.
I did.
Oh, is it about the Eagles? You monster. I haven't even said anything mean about your game last night. Anyway,
Josh,
okay. What?
Stop jumping to conclusions.
I jump to conclusions.
Listen.
Okay.
The Philadelphia Eagles are the 7th worst 4-0
Let's go.
team
Frauds! Fraud alert!
in the DVOA era.
Frauds!
When's the DVOA era started?
Goes back to
1978.
I was going to say, yeah.
The Eagles right now are at 7.2%. They are, wow, this is interesting.
What's that?
I would not have guessed this. Now it was a strike shortened season, but the 82 Washington you-know-whos, who won the Super Bowl.
Nice. Was that their first?
We're just ahead of them. 2003 Carolina.
That team went to the Super Bowl.
Yes, they did. 2015 Carolina.
That team also went to the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Wow, the Panthers are good. They're going to be on this list.
That is the crazy thing about this, because of all the teams,
the Eagles are going to the Super Bowl again.
Well, of all the teams that we compared with Dallas, they all ended up sub 500.
Yeah.
With the teams we're comparing here, so you mentioned it, 2 Carolina teams went to the Super Bowl.
Not both lost, but still went there.
The 83 Cowboys, who were the second worst, they lost the wild card game.
Oh, I'm so angry about it.
2012 Arizona, they had a losing record.
Okay.
Most of the teams on this list did end up with winning records, 2 of them winning the Super Bowl.
If I remember right, 2012 Carolina might have been an injury-ravaged Carolina team. Maybe I'm thinking of a different one.
You mean 2015 Carolina?
I was thinking of, Arizona, sorry.
Oh,
I was thinking of a
Arizona.
different Arizona team. My bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Bengals.
They don't trust their quarterback. That's why they don't throw the ball.
The Bengals are the 4th worst 2-2 team in the DVOA era.
Yeah. Again, we talked about this when we did our power rankings the other day. We had a total oversight by not including them because they are 2-2. So they just didn't even, because I just went to the standings and then I kind of worked my way back from there. I should have considered they are awful because they have gotten absolutely smashed 2 games in a row. And now they're going to play Detroit, who is also smashing teams.
Who has turned it around big time.
Big time, yeah. So, in theory, this game on Sunday should be awful.
By the way, all of the teams who were on this worst 2-2 list, except for one, ended up with a losing record.
Man, that'd be sweet if the Eagles had a losing record.
No.
The 2-2 one.
The 2-2
still
one
would be sweet, but interesting. So we've had some outliers so far this year. Really, really bad.
Also,
Do you think it's a bad year for football?
No, never.
The Giants have the third worst run defense in the DVOA era.
That's interesting because they have a really good pass, in theory, a really good pass rush because they have a bunch of first rounders all over the place. And they got to Herbert last week, but you can run the ball on them.
Yes, you can.
Shout out Javonte Williams.
Yes, you
my
can.
running back. I like him.
You like him a lot?
He runs hard. I can't believe how good he is. He runs hard, and he has a great offensive coordinator who's designing fun plays, lots of pins and pulls.
I like my running back more. He's fast.
Okay.
He's slippery.
Yeah, what about your wide receiver?
I love Jalen Waddle.
Oh, nice. Good job by you, Nick.
When he gets a touchdown, he does a little waddle.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. And
kind of weird.
John Bishop hates fun despite wearing a fun shirt.
Yeah, I know.
Is that fun or is that taunting? That should be 15 yards.
How is waddling like a penguin taunting?
Great question. Like, how is flexing like Puka did 2 weeks ago against the Eagles? How is that taunting when he wasn't flexing at anybody?
He was just flexing.
He was just flexing because he got a first down, which he had done many times in the previous 2 games.
He had.
Referees are dumb. They're just the worst.
I was upset too, John.
No, you weren't.
I
wanted
them to beat the Eagles. What are you talking about?
I thought you didn't see it. Never mind.
Of course I saw it. I watch every damn Eagles game from front to back.
Back to front.
Okay? I mean, they're on. I won't be watching them in full this week because they play at the same time as the Cowboys. It'll be on, though. I'll be at my parents' house sitting. Okay.
Well, coming up, we will get to those games this week, including the Eagles, who they're playing the Broncos.
And we'll break down the Cowboys-Jets game.
And Dolphins-Panthers.
1 out of 3 gets you in the Hall of Fame in baseball, John.
Sure. Yeah. Of course.
Fine, we won't do those 2 games. We'll do the
You're more than welcome.
interesting-
You're more than welcome to say whatever. I had no intention of talking about the Jets.
I would rather not either.
Jets
It's
are
okay.
bad.
We can just focus on the games that you mentioned. That'll be just fine.
We're good. Don't forget, you can email the Grum anytime. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. That is the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone the first time.
Speaking of inboxes, again, do not forget to subscribe to 1620 the email because 4-quarter pick'em, which you can still do for this weekend, by the way.
Yeah, get
that
your
is
games
still
in this
available.
week. Get your games in this week.
But the tiebreaker is earliest response. And that goes out to subscribers of 1620 the email on Monday morning. You will want access to that. Goes out on Monday morning. Subscribe. And then, go place a 4-quarter pick'em right now at 1620thezone.com.
Pick 10 games, not against the spread, just straight
up. Who's going to win?
And the winner weekly gets $250, and the grand prize at the end of the season, $2,500. It's 4-quarter pick'em. It is live today at 1620thezone.com. Usually the traffic reports are getting fired up here pretty quick. I-80 is still kind of a traffic
Yeah, what
nightmare.
happened today?
Well, it looked like there was an accident between a car and a semi. I don't think anyone was hurt.
Oof.
But it was right there as the construction begins, as you make the turn when 680 merges with I-80.
Not good.
And
that's like the worst place to have an accident.
Yes, because that's when they starts to narrow down. Well, it's already down to 2 lanes, but you're right about to hit the construction. And when I drove in this afternoon, the traffic backup was starting around 84th Street.
Yikes.
And I can only imagine it's gotten worse. And I just checked my traffic app, and yeah, it's still slow going. So if you don't need to use that part of the interstate, I wouldn't.
Yeah, maybe take some side streets, get to where you're going, and listen to us.
You know what's fun? To explore a city that you live in and say to yourself, I've never driven on this street before.
I did that the other day in Lincoln. As
Wow.
long as I've lived in Lincoln, and there was a pathway. I believe they call it a street.
A pathway for like a car.
You know, I'd always driven past, but never through. And I was like, oh, because it was like behind a grove of trees.
Yeah.
And
everything you dreamed it would be and more.
And you always you see a big grove of trees, you figure, oh, it's just a bunch of trees. You didn't realize there was a neighborhood behind it.
Sure.
And so I drove through. I was like, oh, this is unique and different. And now I understand my neighborhood a little bit.
John's going to do a blog about it.
Sometimes you find a new business that you're like, oh, this looks fun.
Well, this was just a neighborhood. This wasn't there wasn't any businesses or anything like that.
Knock on somebody's door. Maybe they're cool.
It could be.
You know what else is cool?
NFL.
Yeah.
Nice.
If you wake up early enough, if you really, really are hard up.
If you dare.
The Vikings. The Vikings who are we finally sent the Vikings back to Europe from whence they came.
Nice.
For 2 whole weeks.
For 2 whole weeks. The Dylan Gabriel experience begins.
Which is why I like Minnesota in this game. Dylan Gabriel is a tiny quarterback, a left-handed quarterback that doesn't have a strong arm and was picked. He does.
You said nicer things about him when he was in college.
Because he was in college, but now it's called professional football.
Oh, he's a big boy.
It's going to be really difficult against that defense. And I know that they were not perfect last week, by any means against Pittsburgh. I think it's going to be a tough day. I also think it's going to be good for the Vikings that they are still over in Europe in terms of being acclimated to the body clock of it all.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
They have to keep eating English
breakfast.
breakfast.
That's true.
Would you like some blood sausage?
Yeah, they're probably puking their guts out. Yeah, but yeah, I like the Vikings tomorrow or on Sunday in this one.
I assume it'll still be Carson Wentz, though it sounded like J.J. McCarthy was going to be returning to practice soon.
Interesting.
But I bet it's still Carson Wentz.
Okay. He has taken sacks, Carson Wentz has, at a 11.5% rate so far this year.
Yikes.
Which is bad.
That's
Nick.
not good.
That is horrible.
Yikes. I thought he was mobile.
That's a lot of sacks.
As we told you earlier,
yeah,
no Lamar Jackson this weekend. And so the Texans are actually favored at Baltimore.
Yikes.
Normally in a spot like this, okay, you go, all right, fine. We lost our quarterback. I mean, look at San Francisco last night. What did they lean into? They leaned into their short passing game and Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
I know.
And it worked.
CJ Stroud isn't as athletic as he used to be in his youth,
That's true.
But if you're the Ravens,
yeah,
what are you leaning into right now? Is it Derrick Henry?
I mean, that would be the immediate answer. He fumbles aside, he looks a step slow so far. It's crazy too because he got off to that amazing start against Buffalo.
Yes.
169 yards.
Nice.
Thank you, Nick. 9.4 yards a carry. He looked like everything was totally fine. Since then, just one rushing touchdown, and he has just over 100 yards combined. Now, part of that, of course, is going to be game script dependent, at least last week as the game kind of got away from them. But it's not like against Detroit that they were getting blown out. They had to lead a lot in that game on Monday night. And at the very least, it was a one-score game on either side. He only had 12 carries. He's since the opener, 11, 12, and 8 carries. And he's done so on 2.1, 4.2, and 5.3 yards per carry. So, I think I viewed like Saquon is like the obvious regression candidate because of how many carries he had last year. And I didn't view Derrick Henry as that because he seems like a monster, like a machine. And yet you wonder if both guys are just ultimately going to take a step back over the course of this year. We'll see. Because you're right. Like that would be the thing you normally do. And yet I don't really know if they can do that.
The Eagles, the worst 4-0 team
ever.
Well, one of
all time.
Take on the Denver Broncos. This is the reunion for Vic Fangio.
Yes, it is.
The former Bronco head coach. I was conversing with my Bronco friend earlier this week, and he was like, "Oh, we're playing Philadelphia." I said, "You guys actually, I think, match up pretty well with Philadelphia because
they have a defense.
You got J.K. Dobbins; he can run the football.
And J.K. Dobbins.
You've got Nick Bonito; you can rush the passer. If you can stop the run." And so far,
they don't run the ball.
So far, and exactly,
they stink at running the football
yes,
now.
You know, those of you who had had Saquon in the 1,900-yard pool, you're in trouble.
Yeah, he is
unless
not.
You took the low under.
Saquon Bartley.
I don't want to undersell the Eagles, but I think Denver can win this game.
So here's the thing that I'm wondering about with this matchup. There's been a lot of chatter this week about A.J. Brown because he did one of those classic wide receiver tweets, when they're, and we talked about it yesterday in content. He has done a real poor job so far this year. They haven't targeted him. So I guess I don't even know how much of it's him versus how much of it is the offense versus how much of it is the quarterback. He's been out to 27 or fewer yards in 3 of the first 4 games. Their passing offense is terrible. It's second to last in the NFL. This has happened though before. As we said yesterday, they are a messy team. They are always messy. Even when they won the Super Bowl last year, they were very messy. This has happened. And the last time that I really remember it happening, it was a big A.J. Brown game. So I would not be surprised if they target him and they target him early and try to get him the ball.
But there was also another A.J. Brown thing last week. It wasn't maybe as
I know,
and it was just another day.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think Denver's in good shape here to pull the upset.
I think
on the road.
I think this is a low scoring game. I think this is a low scoring game where both offenses struggle because I'm not a big Bo Nix guy. So I think both offenses will struggle.
Bucks and Seahawks now with Tampa.
Fun game
with Tampa. It seems like barring some kind of disaster, that they are indeed the class of the NFC South.
You would figure so.
The Falcons are hit and miss.
Very much so. They lost to the Panthers.
And the Panthers and the Saints, we know that they're both terrible. This is an opportunity for Seattle.
Yep.
To stay in first place, but be the better looking team right now in first place, which I know is interesting to say because they did lose their one game to San Francisco. But that was when Frisco was healthy.
Yeah.
Sam Darnold continues to play very well. And Baker Mayfield, he's just doing Baker things.
Let him bake.
I think it's a more important game for Seattle than for Tampa. Because, Tampa could finish 9-8 and they'll win that division by probably 3 games. It feels like
very possible. Well, here's the thing.
Though obviously, if you're Tampa, you're not aiming for that. You're obviously aiming for,
a top 2 or 3 seed,
a top seed.
Well, yeah. The concern with them this week is that now Bucky Irving is also out. Last week, Mike Evans missed the game, and that was, they got in such a hole, and they made a nice comeback in the second half, but it was really difficult. Emeka Buka has been like the dude. He is so good.
He is good.
Awesome. But it of course it helps the offense when you have one of the better running backs in the NFL and Mike Evans as well, who even though he's near the end of his career, certainly he's on the back 9 of his career, still performs at a very high level. And so that's, in my opinion, is what really is going to separate this game and what will allow Seattle to get the dub.
Commanders and Chargers, Jaden Daniels set to come back.
Thank God. I'm excited to watch him again. Because I missed the Thursday night Packer game because that was when I was flying, gallivanting to Indiana to watch the almighty Hoosiers. I barely feel like I've watched them this year because they've been in other windows. They've been on at different times. And then without Daniels, they haven't been a team that I've been putting my entire focus on. I'm excited for this game to see what they look like and to see what the Chargers do in a bounce back spot after. Couldn't agree more, Arnold. After like the worst loss of any team so far this year, losing to the Giants, I would say so. That is easily the worst loss of any of the contenders in the NFL this year. And so how do they bounce back in this game? And then how much rust is there for Daniels as he makes his return to the football field?
But now how do the Chargers cope? They've lost both their tackles. Of course, they lost, oh my gosh, I forget his name, in the preseason, but then they lost Joe Alt last week.
Yeah.
So if the Commanders can get a pass rush, that could make things real interesting.
Yeah, Joe Alt's doubtful. Mekhi Becton didn't play last week.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, they had an injury in the preseason, which is tough.
And the Patriots and Bills on Sunday night.
Oh.
The one thing about this matchup is the Bills will be wearing their whiteout uniforms.
I saw this yesterday. I was reading an article about all of the weird uniforms. First of all, I didn't realize there was only like 5 or 6 of those things this year. Not everybody is doing it. And theirs is like ice white or snow white. Or
I had a slide, and I don't know where I
Wars.
saved it. I was going to have it here for the show, but apparently it didn't show up on the spreadsheet. But they look okay.
Yeah, they're fine.
They look fine.
Yeah. I want to see.
It'll be something worth watching because it certainly won't be the Patriots.
The Patriots are another team that I have seen this year, but I have not had my undivided attention on the Patriots yet in any game. I am curious to see how much better Drake May does or doesn't look. A lot of the advanced numbers really like his performance so far this year, but
yeah,
there's something about him that I just.
The Dolphins game kind of padded his stats.
Well, it certainly did.
I must say, if you would have told me of 10 years ago, hey, the Patriots are playing on Sunday Night Football and you're not really going to be interested, I'd be like, really? Sign me up for that world.
Yeah, you would have enjoyed that world.
You know?
Well, thank God for you, John.
They've now just sunk back into the rest of the pack.
They are like everybody else.
They're just another team.
Thank God for you that night, John. You can watch the Detroit Tigers at the Seattle Mariners.
Well, why would I watch the Mariners?
Because it's baseball, and
It'll be on.
love baseball.
It'll be on.
You always talk about how much you love these things, and then they appear, and you say, it'll be on. What else would you do on a Sunday? Spend time with your family? They're going to say, go to the basement, Dad. Nobody wants to see you anymore.
Probably not. Well, speaking of family.
Oh, man.
Our movie club selection this week turns 25.
Wow.
It was released this week in 2000.
That is stupid.
Meet the Parents. We'll review it with Kent Walgamont of the world of freelance writing and doing whatever the hell he wants.
Free Agent Kent.
Kent Walgamont of the Movie Club.
Kent Walgamont of the Movie Club joins us next on 1620 The Zone.
Friday, final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits, and to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Cam's Movie Club. It's Cam's Movie Club. Cam's Movie Club. It's Cam's Movie Club.
And there he is, the newly christened 1620, the Kent.
Hi, Kent.
Hello. How's it going? How was your first full week of I don't have to work today?
Pretty good. I've told people I feel liberated.
How? I mean, did it feel unusual? I mean, you've been in this business for so long.
For a while, for the unusual part is not having to worry about what's coming up next.
Yes.
I mean, because experientially, I can still watch movies, I can still listen to music, I do all of that stuff, but I don't have to worry about, I do have some interviews set up for the freelance stuff.
Sure.
That's a lot different than, okay, you have to have 4 things for Friday's paper. Figure it out now. Not anymore.
Oh, I bet that is so good.
Ken, did you end up going to see one battle after another?
Yes, I did.
So what was it like watching a movie with an uncritical, I mean, you still watch it the same way you watch it, but knowing you're like, I am not going to have an opinion on this that other people will read about moving forward?
Well, I didn't really think of it that way. And in part because I know for certain that I'm going to start writing on there's an art space here called Fiendish Plots, and they've wanted to add sort of a written part of it, right? And
awesome.
So I'm going to do a kind of I guess you'd call it a blog or something, and write about anything I want.
Awesome.
That's awesome.
And
in with more freedom.
Nice.
And that's one I want to write about. And that's one I'm going to go see again.
Hell yeah, man.
Actually figure out everything that was going on. I don't know. You saw it, right?
I loved it. I watched it last Friday, and I got home and I was texting my friend who I went to it with, and I said, man, I want to see this movie again.
Yeah, in part because it's like, there are some things that it's like, how does this actually fit together? Right? For me, there was. And part of it's, we could talk about this when it actually comes out on the streaming, but part of it is the material that this is based on, Vineland. I don't know if you read that book. It is. It's this Mach 10, right? And so you could tell he kind of had a little trouble putting all that material into this movie, but boy, beyond that it's terrific. And DiCaprio is spectacular. I thought Sean Penn ate every bit of scenery that there was.
He was amazing in this movie.
And the daughter, whatever her name is, what's the actress who is the daughter?
Do not remember, but she was really good too, because she's just a teenager, right?
Yep. Yeah.
That was Tiana Taylor.
There you go.
Yeah.
I would highly recommend this.
Or Chase Infinity, excuse me, Chase Infinity. Yeah, she was awesome.
Yeah. Yep.
Awesome name.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she was great. No, I would recommend this, and with the caveat, no going in. What is it? 2 hours and 40-ish?
Yep. Yeah, it's gonna be. You're gonna be in the theater a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yes, I went on. What day? I went on Tuesday.
That's $5 day, right?
We love the cheap movie day.
I'm the old guy now. I go for the $5 movie.
Was it a matinee? Was it the $5 matinee?
No, it's it was the $5 like 11 o'clock in the morning.
Oh,
nice. That's awesome.
The Life of the Retired.
Mm-hmm.
That's great.
Well, it is. Well, speaking of
retired.
Speaking of retired, Meet the Parents, which came out 25 years ago this week, was our selection this week. And Robert De Niro plays, allegedly, a retired
florist.
Rare flower connoisseur.
But Ben Stiller wants to propose to his girlfriend, but then finds out that her sister's girlfriend got proposed to first and went so far as to ask permission to get married. And their wedding is coming up. So obviously it's time for Ben Stiller and his girlfriend to both attend the wedding and for the first time meet the parents
and ask for permission to.
And the goal is he's going to take the ring with him and he is going to ask for permission to wed his Robert De Niro's oldest daughter, and the hijinks begin almost right away.
Yeah,
as it is readily apparent that Robert De Niro is a very paranoid father,
and you find out why,
soon thereafter. Kent, you mentioned that this, when it came out in 2000, kind of reset the comedy movie bar to a degree and kind of launched 1,000 pseudo copycats. I'm curious, like, what other movies kind of fit that you can think of that came after this one?
Well, there was a half dozen De Niro comedies to start with.
True.
And then the Ben Stiller awkward guy thing.
Yeah.
Those are your kind of two. And then just this broad comedy that, okay, this is, if you really sit down and strip it down to its basic plot outline, right? This is a very conventional comedy.
Yes.
Very, very, very conventional. What made it work was that they would lean into the awkwardness between the two of them, which most movies at that time, before that time, would not do, right? They're not going to, because part of the reason those scenes are, it's so funny, is those scenes are so awkward, right? Like when they're riding in the car and it Puff the Magic Dragon thing, right? That's awkward, which is what makes it funny, right? Well, this launched a lot more of that too, right? All of those things. So I ball all of those together to say that's kind of the influence it had. The other thing that this did was Jay Roach directed this, and he had just done the two three Austin Powers movies?
3 Austin Powers movies altogether.
He'd done the first two before this one. And before this movie, De Niro had Analyze This, his first comedy, I guess his first starring. And this is evidence of how you put a big star in a comedy and make it work. Because De Niro was the big star of this show. Ben Stiller kind of one level down, and then the rest of them have become more known since. But, Harry Polo's not a big deal. Blythe Danner's career character actress, So it also was one of those kind of comedy vehicle for perhaps not a straight comedy star. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And, Ken, one of the things that stood out to me, and I hadn't seen this in years, but I'd kind of forgotten that Ben Stiller's character, Greg, early on, he has a relationship with the dad and he's struggling and he's trying to connect. And a lot of it is just like misunderstanding, or you would say that that in particular, his future father-in-law, he was like being a jerk, right? And like he is doing things. But over the course of the movie, Greg starts doing some really bad stuff. So that's what I think is really interesting is, early on, you're very sympathetic to the Greg character. And you're like, oh, man, like he is just getting put into a bad situation time after time. But by the end of it, he's spray painting a cat's tail, and he brings this cat into the home who destroys, the house. And I think that him really kind of going from it's a misunderstanding and he's not the one in the wrong to it flips is like the moment after he spikes the volleyball, because like that is a mistake. But after that, he's like doing all of these things that are really bad. It's like, I thought that was good, is that, you watch the first half and you think De Niro's just going to be a jerk the whole time. And he is, but Greg starts doing some pretty messed up stuff too towards the end of the movie.
Which is how but you still don't lose all your sympathy for him, but
Correct.
It kind of flips the other way then. And you see the De Niro character as not a nicer guy, but maybe a better guy than you thought, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know exactly the right word for it, because he's never not a jerk. It's just his jerkiness is makes sense in a way.
Yeah. And I think there's the moment with his daughter late in the movie where she points out that the Owen Wilson character, who is a former fiance,
correct.
She's like, did you ever realize that you were only nice to him, or you only warmed up to him after we broke up? And I think that that's a really interesting moment in the movie, because, when you first meet the Owen Wilson character, you're like, whoa, he loves this guy. Why is he treating him so well? And it's because he doesn't view him as a threat because he's not with his daughter.
Right.
So,
yeah.
And did you all see the news that was announced when they had their little, this is 25 years press junket? The Tribeca Film Festival that De Niro runs played this movie as one of the features, and they had there is going to be a fourth one.
My goodness.
Wow. So this will be
to come out next year. It is called Fockers in Law. And and it brings back all the original, like
wow.
are all and Owen Wilson, and they've added Ariana Grande to the cast.
Oh
wow.
And the reason they claim they did it, other than Hollywood being fresh out of ideas for comedies, the reason they did it, they claim, Ben Stiller claimed anyway, is in fact because he today is the same age that De Niro was
when he made the first.
Oh my gosh, that's stupid.
That is.
Wow.
Incredible.
So obviously he probably has children in this new one, which would probably be Ariana Grande. It would be my guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, so there is going to be a fourth one. I hope it's better than the third one, because the third one stunk. The second one wasn't too bad, but the third one was bad. So hopefully this will be.
By the way, I thought I was reading something. Yeah. So the original idea was that Jim Carrey was going to be in the Ben Stiller role.
Interesting.
And Steven Spielberg was going to direct, even wackier.
Yeah.
Can you imagine Steven Spielberg directing that script? I can't.
Right. Now, while that never happened, what did come from that, it was Jim Carrey's idea to name the character Fokker.
It's all right.
Which, of course, is the ongoing joke throughout the film, and of course, obviously carries on today in the themes of the movie.
The moment when they're laying in bed and they're like, her middle name, Pamela Martha
Fokker.
Like that is like, I know, like that's low hanging fruit, but I still found those jokes really fun. Like that's a funny gag on a name,
because that is something that
like
parents
Julia
will think
Guglia.
about. Yeah, that's something
And
parents
Wedding
will
Singer.
think about if their daughters are getting married, is what name are they going to be taking on, and if it works or not.
Yeah.
You know, that is something that people do tend to worry about.
Yeah. By the way, Kent, I'm curious, and this is open for the room, and Nick was just disappeared, and he's back now, so he can opine on this as well. What do you think is the funniest scene of the movie? Because like rewatching it, that dinner scene is among the funniest scenes that I can like remember. It has everything. The prayer is so funny. The poem is hysterical when he starts talking about the cancer that took out his mom. And then, of course, it culminates with the cheap champagne, pop in the urn, and it spilled. And that's the best part too. And he goes, "Oh, is that another one of your cameras? A gooba gooba gooba." And then they're like, "No, that's an urn.
That's an
like,
urn."
I was, and then, so,
but then the cat, going to the
pees
bathroom
in
in the mother's ashes.
Yeah.
See, I thought that I would agree with you. I would agree with that sequence is probably 4 minutes, maybe 5 minutes, and it all works. And a lot of times, something like that can't sustain the whole scene, right?
I have nipples, Greg. Could you milk me?
Yeah, of course. The nipples one is the line.
I didn't know you could milk a cat.
We used to use that annually in the movie
all
Magic,
the time.
but we would use it annually in the movie Magic game, right?
Oh yeah.
But the poem. The poem is so funny, and I've got it right here. It starts out really nice, but then he gets to the cancer ate away your organs like an unstoppable rebel force, and then he gets done, and Greg says, "Man, that's really good and so informative." Just really. But it was, the dinner scene is probably the funniest 4 minutes of the movie, but then there are the just the one-to-one scenes with Ben Stiller and Robert De Niro.
Like when he's looking at the magazine and it's the Pump magazine, it's just like of all the magazines to grab at that exact moment in time, it ends up being that. Oh my gosh.
The thing that I was gonna mention and I just hit me is my usual more than 2 writers. This thing's a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
Does not hold for this one. This thing was originally written when they were going to do the Jim Carrey movie, blah, blah, blah. So they had that script. And then when it changed, another screenwriter came in, and Jay Roach actually wrote the screenplay off that other story, and it worked.
Interesting.
That almost never happens. So whoever... Herzberg or something like that is a screenwriter. Hirschfeld. He's a really good screenwriter, and he must have just salvaged the good stuff out of the first one and then done his own or something, because this really works.
I mean, you have to have the good writing. I mean, a good actor can only do so much, but how much of this was literally just the chemistry between
Stiller and De Niro?
And how much it made that?
Well, absolutely. It's the chemistry, but without the lines, you don't have the chemistry.
True.
Right. And this was not improvised, right? Sometimes these movies work because they're improvised and you don't have any idea what the guy is going to say. This time was not improvised. But apparently, De Niro would throw him way off just by the way he delivered the line or looked at him or something like that to add to the awkwardness and the comedy by, really messing with him while the thing was going on. So,
Nick, I know you had to step out for just a second, but
sorry about that.
Where would you like to jump in?
I just kind of in general. So I saw Meet the Fockers first before I ever saw this movie. And I never saw it in its entirety because I was a kid when that movie came out, but my parents watched it.
Yeah, you're 3.
Yeah. So I remember it felt like the ultimate punchline for the whole movie was at the end when you find out his name is Gaylord. And that's kind of, but I knew that. I knew that that's what his name was. So it didn't hit for me as I feel like it.
Oh, sure.
You guys, when you first saw that. And I know I understand in 2000 that this was a funny thing to make fun of, but the male nurse thing kind of fell flat just for me.
Okay, Riss brought that up the other night, and she goes, "That hasn't aged well." And I said to her, the joke isn't that he's a male nurse; it's that everybody else is being I think the joke is on the people.
Yes.
Is it? Yes. I don't feel like the movie is making fun of Ben Stiller because he's a good nurse. He's good at his job.
Yeah. Exactly.
You're making fun of the people.
It's the people that because it wasn't just De Niro, but it was
the other doctors.
It was the other doctors. And it just so happens that
was great too.
That the other people in the room,
Bob MD,
are the future in-laws are all doctors.
Yeah.
And so it's just the idea of, oh, you're only a nurse.
Yeah.
So I didn't think it was making fun of male nurses. It was making fun of the people who were making fun of the nurses.
That's fair, but I guess that wasn't very clear to me. So I mean, it was fine. And I'm sure there were people who laughed at it because he was a male
Sure,
nurse.
of course.
What bothered me the most about this is the ending. It didn't feel like it had one. It didn't feel like a concise ending to me. I like when, he went, you got him off the plane, they did the interrogation thing, oh, you can marry my daughter, all that. But then at the very end, when he just puts in that tape and he looks at Ben Stiller going, oh, like doing the kung fu stuff into the camera, it felt like a really awkward and clunky way to end the movie. And the scene before that also didn't really feel like a definitive end, which is why I feel like they kind of tried to slide this in there. But it felt weird. It felt weird to include in that. Then it's like, that's the guy who's marrying my daughter. I didn't like how it ended.
Did you like the movie?
Yeah, it was fine. I didn't love it. I didn't hate it. It was fine. It was an okay movie.
If anything, Kent, the ending kind of sets itself up because they're laying in bed at the end of the long weekend saying, well, now I guess it means we have to meet his parents. And of course, that's the theme of the next movie. They didn't have it in mind to do a sequel when this one came out, did they?
Jay Roach had just made 2 Austin Powers movies. Those days, they would set up sequels whether they happened or not.
And then it made a lot of money, and so they were probably like, it's go time, baby.
And it did make a lot of money, $330 million on a budget of 55.
Another question I did have, I know, Josh, you have talked about this, and Happer's talked about this too. John, maybe also. You said that this movie kind of set the tone for a bunch of other comedies that came out after. Which comedies?
Yeah, we talked about it earlier with Ken.
Sorry.
It was basically started the Ben Stiller playing the awkward guy theme that carried on. And then several comedies later for Robert De Niro. This wasn't his first comedy. You said Analyze This was his first. Yeah, this was his second one. And
this was the one where he wasn't. Remember, Analyze This, he was a mobster.
Right. Mm-hmm. So he was just going over the top with a character he had been familiar with before.
I do like the chemistry a lot of Ben Stiller and Owen Wilson. What do they call them? The Laugh Pack? Just that combo of people.
Yeah, those guys were in a lot of stuff together.
They were. And I did a little bit of digging into it because I know I thought, oh, this has to be one of Owen Wilson's first kind of breakout roles. It wasn't. But in my research, I found out that Owen Wilson and what's his face? We're college roommates at Texas. Wes Anderson. Yeah, and then
that Bottle Rocket movie.
Yep, they did that Bottle Rocket movie, which Ben Stiller was a fan of. So then that's how Ben Stiller and Owen Wilson kind of got connected, was through that Wes Anderson thing that Owen Wilson had did, and that's just kind of how that blossomed. But I really liked them together.
Yeah, their scenes were funny.
I know it's kind of typecasting, but Owen Wilson does such an immaculate job of playing the accidental aw shucks
every time.
Trying not to be braggadocious, but
hey,
humble,
look at my
brag.
look at my floor.
Humble
look
brag,
at my
exactly.
Look at this. I whittled this out of a one piece of wood.
Exactly. He did the same thing.
That was my favorite joke in the whole movie.
That was great.
He did the same thing in Starsky and Hutch. He did the same thing in Wedding Crashers.
Heck, even in Zoolander to a degree.
Exactly, where he just this was really the first time he did it.
Yeah.
And as soon as he comes on the screen, you're like, oh boy, this is gonna get interesting.
Yeah. Well, the best part too about his house is he has all of the photos still of him and his old fiance.
That was also really
like that. Oh my gosh, just so good.
I also have to admit, I had forgotten this, but Phyllis George. We just celebrated the 50th anniversary of the NFL today.
Yes.
Phyllis George plays the wife of the other in-laws. She was in the movie.
Oh my God.
She didn't really have a speaking part. I think she had a couple of real throwaway lines, but it was kind of nice to see her. Oh, there's Phyllis George. So that was nice to see as well.
Yeah.
I liked the car race scene when they're trying to race back to get to the house so he can do the switch on the cat, where it's just go stoplight, stoplight.
A lot of starting, a lot of stopping.
And there's some thought that was making fun because De Niro had previously done, not before Analyze This, some movie, I can't remember which, that had this like great car race scene in it, right? That was like the tearing through the streets and and this is just the exact opposite. And so there was kind of a twist on that.
You mentioned, Josh, the funny scene, but the other funny scene is when they're in the car together and you mentioned they were talking about the dog, about the difference between dogs and cats.
Oh, my God.
And how De Niro was like saying, "Oh, so you prefer an emotionally shallow animal?
Yeah.
You know, cats make you work for their effect. You know,
Yeah.
just the way he delivered it and went on and on. I could hear my dad in there somewhere.
Yeah, that line delivery of that whole conversation is so funny. You know, and I am a dog person, but every time I see that, I'm like, is that what it is that makes me a dog person? That I needed an emotional, shallow animal that's going to be excited when I come home every day?
You just called Mr. Banks emotionally shallow.
No, I'm the emotionally shallow one.
Yeah. Well, it just left Amazon Prime for subscribers, but it is for rent out there, and I'm sure many of you have probably seen it.
I was at my parents on Sunday, and I said, hey, do you guys have Meet the Parents on DVD just in case I don't have a chance to watch it? Now, I got a chance to watch it before it left streaming, but I imagine many of our audience members have this movie on DVD.
Yeah.
And I would suspect it will turn up someplace else streaming relatively rapidly, because what's happening is Prime is losing some of its movies that are contracted from various distributors, right?
Okay.
Or whoever owns this, because they figured out we can run our own and we can make money off of that instead of letting Prime have them. Same thing's happening to Netflix. That's why you're seeing a lot of new development on Netflix and them playing more indie pictures and stuff like that. Is like, if you're Universal, it's going to Peacock, right?
Yep.
If you're Warner's, it's going to HBO. If you're Columbia, Paramount Plus, right?
Yep.
I mean, they now all Disney, obviously Disney Plus. So I would guess Meet the Parents will turn up on Peacock. I think this was a Universal movie, so
yeah,
relatively quickly.
Kind of. So that makes me just think: what about the defunct production companies like Orion?
Somebody owns all that, right? So, like, I was reading about the history of Spinal Tap business, for example. It was originally made by Embassy Pictures, which got sold to Dino De Laurentiis, who made the James Bond movies, who subsequently went under. That got sold to, and they never got a dime for that movie because of the way it got bounced around through the business, the movie companies that folded or got sold to a bigger company, and they had to sue to get their money for the movie. So like Orion, I believe
they are
Universal.
Actually, Amazon MGM Studios.
Oh,
okay.
Right.
There you go.
That's where Orion Pictures ended up.
And the one great movie Orion had, in my view, was Silence of the Lambs.
Great movie, which we have done in Movie Club.
We have done that in Movie Club. All right. Well, that's Meet the Parents. Next week,
Kent, we embark on a new month of movies. It's spooky month. Woo! It's my pick. We're doing a movie I've never seen before that is now on Netflix. We're going to 28 Days Later.
Yes, Josh, I'm so excited for you to watch this movie.
I am excited too, but most important, I've never seen it, Kent. I know.
It's one of my favorites.
How did you not see this?
Well, John hasn't either, but he says he has never been more excited for a Movie Club movie.
I'm thrilled. I'm very excited.
What fine service is this on?
This is on Netflix.
They put them all on Netflix, Kent. They're
Yep.
all there.
All of them are there.
Even the new one.
Yep.
They've never been anywhere before.
Yep. So, 28 days later. Maybe we'll just keep spooky month going. It'll be 28 days or 28 weeks or 28 months or years, whatever.
Then it's my pick next, and then I'm going to pick a spooky movie,
Ah,
John. So
spooky
it'd be
month.
weird for you not to pick one on your next pick.
Yeah, John's upset, Ken. He doesn't want us to do spooky
I don't
month.
think we should do.
I just don't want to do the whole month of these.
It's only 4 movies.
It's only 4 movies.
Oh, it's
and
only
themed.
4.
It's only 4.
It's only 4.
Only 4.
And if you do it right, they can be extremely different.
Yes.
Exactly.
John?
Well, I know what Nick's picking for next week, Kent, and it is very different. If it's the movie that you told me you're going to pick that starts with an H.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, very.
Oh, Mr. H.
No, I'm not going to do Hellraiser. I don't really like
Nice.
the 80s horror movies that much.
All right. Well, Kent. Oh, we need a prediction now. You don't have to put one in the paper. So this is the first place anyone is going to hear or see your prediction. What do you pick for the Michigan State game tomorrow?
28-17 Nebraska.
Ooh, a slight Michigan State cover if the spread stays at 11.5. I bet Evil Kent, who has been hiding out, waiting to come back out of hibernation, is dying to tell us what is on his mind.
I could see 52-38 or something like that. Probably Nebraska.
That would be a lot of points.
That would be a lot of points. And if you give up 38 to Michigan State, you got some issues.
Yeah, it might portend for a tough October and November, but at least they got the dub.
Friends,
they got the dub.
We've been waiting and waiting for the blessed day where Evil Kent hits one on the nose. I'm just going to say this now.
Oh,
be on the lookout for the USC game.
Yeah, that's a good call.
That would be an opportunity for Evil Kent to get his prediction. And if that happens, that means the fifth dimension opens and all the demons come out.
Also,
yes.
Is that what the best dies?
What?
Does Evil Kent die if he hits that prediction?
No.
Evil
Kent lives forever.
Evil Kent lives.
He will outlive all of us.
Yes, he will, because he's evil.
As for your NFL discussion, I have 2 points. One comes from the great Bill Parcells.
Yep.
And you know what? You are what? Your record
says you are. Yes.
So don't beat up the Eagles.
No, we will, though, Kent.
And the second one, you will. The second one is this movie screenwriter named William Goldman won the Oscar, and the first thing he got up there, he said, nobody knows anything. And what he was saying is, you can't predict what movie's going to be any good. You can't. It's the same thing holds true for NFL football.
That's definitely true.
I mean, look at that game last night. Your Rams should have won that game by 10 at least.
Yep. And they farted around and they lost.
They farted around and lost. So, you know, how are you going to predict that? I mean,
that's true.
All the way down to we're going to go for the win and then not be able to make a 1 yard play.
Don't remind me, Kent. Spooky week is our
spooky month has begun for John.
Started. All right, Kent. Well, I guess we'll see you in the press box tomorrow as you're working again.
Yes, I'll be there working really hard for 3 hours, 4 hours, whatever it is, 4 hours. A game starts at what, 3?
3.
So I'll be done by like 8. So 5 hours maybe of work.
That's not bad.
It's a nice day, Kent.
It is a good day. And there'll actually be other media people in the media room with you too. So
yes, nice. There were actually media people for Michigan, of course.
Yeah, that I expected.
Yeah.
Well, and I don't know how. I honestly don't know how many. I suppose the East Lansing has a paper. I assume.
East Lansing Journal, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Happer talked to somebody this week. We talked to somebody from 24/7. I believe both of those guys are making the trip.
Yeah, they won't be as many as there are for the Wolverines, but
okay. Yeah, because I really can't remember the last time Michigan State was in here.
That was the snow game. That was the snow game. Remember Scott Frost in the Snow Bowl?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's been like
7 years.
7 years. I was going to say, yeah. So I can't remember that. I mean, I can remember the game, but I can't remember how many people joined me in the old meeting room there.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Well, that's Movie Club. Can't have a great week. We'll talk to you. We'll see you tomorrow in the press box.
See you tomorrow and talk to you next week.
Bye, Kent. It is Kent Waldemont, 1620 the Kent.
Awesome.
Of the Movie Club. All right. We're closing in on a One Beer Friday. It means we got to get to our college football preview before we get to our keys, our predictions, our betting trends, and the Super Friends Roundtable with Jack Mitchell coming up at shortly after 5:30. John and Josh here for Underdog Fantasy. The Underdog app boy, is it going to be a busy one this week. And I had someone ask me the other day, hey, are Nebraska games on the Underdog app? Yes, they are. Heck, even the Houston Christian game was on the Underdog Fantasy app. And here's how it works. You download that Underdog Fantasy app, and then you pick different games. You find players that you like, certain items such as over-unders on touchdowns or yards, or maybe it's even first downs gained, whatever the case may be. And you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. You just pick those bets together and put in your amount, and you're ready to go. And you can play Underdog Fantasy right here in Nebraska. You don't have to cross state lines. UnderdogFantasy.com. Download that app today.
We've been talking, John, about the matchup with quarterbacks. I'm looking at it. Raiola, higher or lower than 244.5 passing yards. Childs, 193.5 passing yards. Of course, Nebraska, only one quarterback this year has gone higher than even 100 yards on them. But maybe you're looking at Childs to have a big day on the ground, higher or lower than 32.5 rushing yards. And Emmett Johnson for Nebraska, his number is at 97.5. They have those and more. First touchdown score as well. Download the app, put in our promo code 1620TheZone. That is one word, 1620TheZone. Score $100 in bonus funds or entries when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code 1620TheZone. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Don't forget, we got the California Dreamin' giveaway. Tickets to the UCLA game with airfare and $300 spending. You can go to 1620thezone.com. We got a lot of stuff to give away. Also, congrats to all of you who were able to get your hands on the Scary Acres 2-for-1s.
Oh, nice.
We sold them babies out. But there are other great offers, including, I believe, some food offers. 2-for-1s on the 1620 The Zone website are zone deals.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of congratulations, and speaking of giving away great prizes, Ralph and Lorraine were this week's online winners for $100 to the Sky Bar and Grill at Prairie Flower
Lorraine,
Casino.
I wonder if that's Marty McFly's mom.
Nice reference, John. You can enter to win now for future prizes at 1620thezone.com.
That is a name that I don't hear much anymore.
Lorraine. Yeah, I don't hear a whole lot of Lorraines.
My next door neighbor used to be named Lorraine.
She used to?
Well, I'm sorry. She used to be my next door neighbor.
Ah, I see.
She's still named
People
Lorraine.
can
I
change
assume.
their name, Josh.
I know. I wanted to find out what was going on with John.
I think that you know what, parents, you're looking for names for your little girls.
Lorraine. That's a good name.
I mean, people still name their kid Lori, right? There's still Loris around. Lori's
Well,
just
yeah,
short for
Lori.
Lorraine.
Is it?
I've never heard.
Yes, I can't think of what else it would be.
Just
maybe it's just Lori.
Yeah.
It
I
could
mean, those
be.
are different letters in there.
I mean, my full name and my Nick. There's no K in Nicholas.
We should call you Nitch.
Tomorrow, this might be the best game to watch in the early window.
Oh, are you going to talk about Iowa State?
Yeah, hell yeah, you damn right I am.
I knew you would.
Close.
Did you know that Iowa State has started 5-0 for the second straight year? And before last year, the last time they'd started 5-0,
the Titanic was still around, right?
No, it was still sunk. 1980.
Wow.
Dwayne Crutchfield.
Wow. Shout out to you, Iowa State.
It's because they won at Aer Lingus.
They did win in Aer Lingus.
Whatever team wins at Aer Lingus does well.
We'll see about that. This is an interesting matchup. Dante Corleone, the Godfather, we're wondering how he's going to do in the interior of Cincinnati. We're wondering about the Iowa State, their interior, their best defensive lineman in the interior. He is potentially out in this game. I saw this. The run defense, of course, from Cincinnati is strong, but 136th in the country are the Bearcats in completion rate allowed by the opposition. Iowa State wants to pull them down into the muck, man. They want this game to be low scoring. They do not want to get into a run and shoot type matchup that we've seen Cincinnati play in, certainly last week.
Mm-hmm.
Iowa State would like this to be like the Iowa affair, like some of their other games this year. So this is a fun one for me because it's very much a clash of styles in between these two teams.
Brendan Sorsby, since the Nebraska game, has the best PFF grade in the country in the preceding games after.
Interesting.
Or the subsequent games after the Nebraska game. Now, Iowa State is a little different in Nebraska. First of all, they're missing their top two cornerbacks. But Iowa State's got a pretty good PFF score in coverage grade, just as Nebraska does. The difference, though, is Nebraska plays mainly man. At least they did against Cincinnati. Iowa State does not play a lot of man, and Brendan Sorsby is really good against the zone this year. His PFF grade is 91. So this could be real. This could, if it's a low-scoring game, it favors Iowa State. If it's a shootout like last week in Lawrence, favors Cincinnati.
Sit Destroy writes, man, that Cincy game is going to age like fine wine for us. Yeah, I mean, if you're a Nebraska fan, obviously a win here for Cincinnati is just another feather in your cap. They would probably be a top 25 team, at least receiving a lot of votes, because this would be a win over a ranked undefeated team in Iowa State. So this would be really nice for Nebraska's resume. How much is that ultimately going to matter? Nebraska's got to take care of business themselves, but the more that Cincinnati wins, the better that game is going to look on Nebraska's strength of schedule.
Diego Pavia.
Oh,
Mr.
man.
Underdog is back, and this time they have to go to Alabama. First time since 1937 that these two programs are ranked at the exact same time.
I heard Stephen Godfrey, who we've had on the show before. He lives in Nashville. He was at the end of this game last year, and he told a story about being on the sidelines at the end of it, looking at Alabama and how you could see the shock in all of their faces. Looking at Vanderbilt, shock in all but one of their faces. Who was the one player that he saw that looked like they knew they were going to do this? Diego Pavia. This was, of course, his national coming out party last year. And right now they are playing excellent football, scoring 49 points per game. They're up to 11th in SP Plus this year. Pavia, you just mentioned QBR. He is up to 3rd nationally in the entire country in terms of QBR. He's completing 75% of his passes. Dylan Raiola numbers, and is averaging 7 yards on non-sack carry. So he is able to do so much just himself, but he has good players around him.
Well,
too.
It's not only Dylan numbers, but it's actually better. He's top 10 in yards per attempt.
Yep.
Top 10 in passing touchdowns, top 10 in adjusted completion rate, and top 10 in big time throw rate. Also, his non-play action passing has improved dramatically from last year. Remember, last year's game was a lot of play action passing that sunk Alabama. Now he's able to do it both without play action and with play action. Could be real interesting. Also, keep an eye on Ty Simpson. If Alabama keeps Ty Simpson in a clean pocket, he's going to pick you apart.
Yep. Yeah, they don't
but
have.
But if they can get some pressure on him, and Vandy does have the number 12 PFF pass rushing grade and top 20 in pressure rate. So if Alabama cannot keep him clean, big chance for an upset here. But if they can keep Ty Simpson clean, this could be a hell of a shootout.
It really could. And last year it was 40-35, so an opportunity there. I know we joked about it a little bit with Todd Furman yesterday, but now that it is ranked on ranked, like, all right, well, Kalen DeBoer in big games, we know how he does. I do like this spot for the Tide, mainly because it was already going to be some revenge factor. They have their full attention. Like last year, they, of course, did not have their full attention. And we did learn over the course of the year that Alabama had taken a bit of a step back. They've got their attention, and the Tide are playing really good football. They held on to win last week. We saw them move up and down the field, maybe not so much in the second half, but certainly in the first half. I'm excited to watch this game, though it'll be on obviously opposite of Nebraska and Michigan State.
Also on opposite Nebraska and Michigan State is Texas and Florida.
Dude, this could be such a low-scoring affair, and I mentioned this with Todd yesterday. There's a little bit of scuttlebutt going on right now that this could be it for Billy Napier, that they could lose this game and Billy Napier could get canned. There was a really interesting story in The Athletic this week about why hasn't the Florida job been as good as what it was, and I mean, they're just in such a tough spot right now. That said, Texas, this is their first power game since the Ohio State performance. They have been a really ugly-looking team so far this year. Even in games versus outmatched opponents, Arch Manning has not looked like the prince who was promised by any means. That said, look at the number of points that the Gators have scored in their last 3 losses. It is pretty wild. They have gone
10 against LSU.
It's gone down every week. So they scored 55 in their last win, and their only win. That was over LIU on the opener. Then they scored 16 against South Florida. They scored 10, as you mentioned, against LSU. They scored 7 against Florida. This offense is terrible, and I think, like, dude, the spread is so low. I think Texas could score like 13 and still maybe cover with how poor the
and a big part of that is because DJ Lagway, who last year dazzled with his deep passing skills, he has not completed a pass of 20 or more air yards in the last 3 games.
Yikes!
And his only deep completion of the season was in the game against FCS Long Island.
Not great, man. Not great.
Undefeateds in the Big 12, Texas Tech and Houston. Yeah, it's Houston's best start in 9 years. Now, Baron Morton should be back. Remember, Texas Tech beat Utah on the road with a backup.
And I like the way their backup played better than the starter, if I'm being honest.
And the backup had a great game, but Morton is going to be back and starting. And the problem is Houston doesn't rush the passer very well. And Morton is really good when kept in a clean pocket. So this could be a long day. Also, that Texas Tech defensive front.
Yeah, they're awesome, man.
Height, Bailey, Gil Howard, and Hunter. They have all recorded pass rush grades of at least 74.9 this season, which is really good on PFF. They've all done it at least once this year. I mean, that is a ferocious defensive front that Texas Tech has. And I know this game is in Houston.
But they went into Utah.
But they went into Utah
Salt Lake.
and won. I mean, Texas Tech is going to have to play down
and
to
Houston's going to have to play up. A couple stats for you before we go to the next game. Texas Tech 5th in yards per play on both offense and on defense, so they're really good there. Houston, they are going 3 and out at one of the worst rates in the entire country, 124th in the country in terms of 3-and-out rate, 39% of the time. So if they're going to stay in this game, they have to move the chains, and they cannot do what they have done in their previous performances. Even as that's crazy that they're that bad, and yet they're still undefeated right now.
They were so close last week. Oh, so close. Mississippi State at home against Tennessee, but they couldn't hold on. Tennessee won in overtime, but now Mississippi State goes to number 6, Texas A&M, their best ranking in several years. I think one of the biggest keys to this game is going to be if Mississippi State can run the ball. Devon Booth and one of the best names in college sports, Fluff Bothwell.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
They're really good outside the tackles. Texas A&M is going to have to set that hard edge and keep them from doing it. Otherwise, Mississippi State could grind it out a little bit. And it's interesting because A&M was supposed to be a really strong run-heavy team. But going into last week, they're passing it at almost 61% of the time. They're throwing it more than they're running it at Texas A&M. Now it's working for them. They're undefeated. But last week, though, against Auburn, what did they do? They went right back to the run, ground out a victory over Auburn. I'll be curious to see what they do this week. That's a big number. 15.5, I believe, was the last number we had on this game. I almost felt like taking them again in our upset pick, just because I think Mississippi State can cover that, but Texas A&M showing it off on defense and on offense right now.
The thing too is that they nearly gave that game away last week. Versus,
even though they were in control,
they were very much in control. They were up 13-3 for 8 drives maybe, and they end up, as you just mentioned, their run game. They throw the ball, and it is returned all the way down to the 2-yard line. Jackson Arnold gets a touchdown the very next play, and suddenly it is 13-10. They win that one 16-10. Their defense is, well, they played really well last week, and that was the week after the Notre Dame game, of course, when they gave up 40 to a really good Irish offense. Look, you said the number. They're 6th in the country, their highest ranking in years. They, to me, do not look like the number 6 team in the country. No. And I think so that their next.
That's why I think Mississippi State could keep this close.
Their next ranked game is at LSU in a few weeks. They have Missouri. They have Texas, of course, on the schedule as well. I think they're going to slip up before that. I do not think that this is a team that will go into the LSU game as an undefeated team. I think that they will lose. And so it could be this week. It could be versus Florida. It could even be versus Arkansas, but it's going to happen at some point in time.
Well, we just watched the replay of the last time these two programs, Miami and Florida State, played each other as ranked teams. That was 2016. But it's the first time in 12 years where both teams are inside the top 20. Miami's number 3, Florida State is number 18. Miami can do it all. They can throw it. They can run it. Carson Beck has been everything you can ask for him. He's really good. His completion percentage is almost 77% as long as they keep the pocket clean. And Florida State doesn't have a great pass rushing grade. And the problem is their coverage grade isn't great either. So you said yesterday, the line looks stinky.
It's a stinky line.
I think the only reason it looks that way, A, Florida State's at home, and B, FSU with that Gus Malzahn running offense can control a game.
Sure. We saw it in week 1.
Now, they're going to face the best defensive front they have seen all season.
Yeah. This Miami group is salty. And, it's interesting, too. The further we get away, we've talked about wins aging well. The further we get away from that week 1 performance, because look at Notre Dame's offense. They are humming right now.
Yes, they are.
And they scored just 24 points. They had 5.4 yards per play. And that is a game that I think the further the season goes, we're going to look back and say, whoa, this Miami defense is salty. And you're right. With what they're able to do on the front, Florida State, I think, I want to say they're a year away, but who knows what the portal will do because they always lean so heavily into it. But I don't think that it's about this year's team. I think it would be about next year's. I think Carson Beck's obviously playing really good football. I think the time is now for Miami. And so I think that this is a chance. All they got to do is win by a touchdown to cover, not even. And so I do like the way that the Canes are playing, man. I think you can make an argument because they have a veteran quarterback that they are a little bit better than Ohio State. We'll see, of course, over the course of the season. I think Ryan Day is a much better in-game coach than Cristobal is. But I think that those are the two kind of Them and Oregon are the three head and shoulders above the rest of the Pac teams right now. And so I think Miami has a chance to show that tomorrow night.
I meant to look this up as far as what K Ford had to say about this matchup. He has Miami 67% chance of a victory.
Well, Todd said it yesterday, Todd Furman, that a lot of the numbers say back Florida State, but he is not. He is not going to.
What's interesting, though, is Miami's 2 idle weeks sandwich this game. They're coming off an idle week, and then they go right back on break before they play in 2 weeks on a Friday against Louisville. So it's going to be a 7-game stretch with no breaks for Miami.
Yeah, now, and the next toughest game is probably going to be Louisville afterwards.
Louisville will be the next toughest game, and everything else is very, very manageable. So quite possibly, and by the way, they're playing Louisville at home, quite possibly this could be the last roadblock to an undefeated regular season. Could be.
It really could. I mean, if they're able to get out of Tallahassee with a W, at that point, you're just talking about injuries, or you're talking about a real stink bomb slip up, Otherwise, that's a team that should coast through the ACC regular season.
Miami, according to K Ford, has a 25% chance of going undefeated.
And if they win this week, that number is going to go really high.
By comparison, other undefeateds, Texas Tech, 19%. Ohio State, 37%.
Wow. And that's with Penn State still and Michigan still.
Oregon, 24%.
Interesting. Very interesting.
And just for giggles, Ole Miss, 8%.
Yeah.
But that's because the SEC is, the SEC.
Yeah, it's a grinder.
So there's some of the other games of the week. But, of course, around here, the main event will be tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m. when Nebraska kicks off against Michigan State. We've got betting trends. We've got keys. We've got
beer
predictions, and we have cross-strain One Beer Friday. Get your picks in. Remember, we're doing a little differently this week. Make your picture fun, whether it's a staged photo, a posed photo, or you're drinking out of an unusual container, or you found a really weird or cool beer can. Nick's going to pick one at random. Well, he's going to pick the one he likes the best.
On Monday, so you have all weekend to do this.
But send your pick. Have a little fun with the photo of what you're drinking this weekend. Use the hashtag One Beer Friday. Nick will pick a winner for $25 to Cross Strain Brewing, and we'll commence One Beer Friday and our keys to the game. Nebraska and Michigan State. Also, the Super Friends Roundtable coming up at 5:35 right here on 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
Friday!
You probably have Beer Center each week. Ralph Club, biggest contributor.
Yep. I like beer. I don't know if you like Beer Center or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer. Friday.
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was? Nope. It was one beer.
Friday.
It is a cross-strain one beer Friday. Pop them if you got them, or if you're stuck in traffic, obviously don't. Because you should never drink and drive.
Never.
Or if you're at home, wherever you are, go ahead. Help yourself. You have our permission. Please drink responsibly and send us a pic of what it is you're drinking. Use the hashtag OneBeerFriday and make it a fun photo. Nick's going to judge the photos this week, and whichever one tickles his funny bone or tickles his fancy, he will pick that for the winner of the $25 gift card to Cross-Strain. You must use the hashtag OneBeerFriday.
Please.
So that he can find them. Otherwise, they'll just get lost in the world, and your people who follow you will be like, what does this mean? I don't understand. Why are you taking a picture of your beer glass with the picture of a dog drinking out of it?
Be very strange.
It would be very strange. So after a long 2 weeks, and last week didn't seem as long as this week. This week seemed to drag a little bit.
Well, that's
more.
because last week we had the game to react to. And so it was like, it's nice when you have the game to react to. When then you get into the week after that, then it's, all right. You know, because we already started doing a little Michigan State stuff last week too.
Sure.
But then you get some short responses. Everybody was short this week.
People were short this week.
Everybody was short.
And I think that the narrative will already be written. If Nebraska goes out and just wipes the mat with Michigan State, it'll be they were focused. They were zeroed in. They came with a purpose. They had a chip on their shoulder. Or if they're a little tight, if it's a tough game, if they dare I say lose this game, it'll be they were too puckered up. They were too anxious. They were
reading their press clippings and then they got put in their play.
There was too much wind.
They were too dwelling on last week or 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
The narratives will write themselves. Well, what are the narratives on the betting trends? It's the 14th meeting all time. Nebraska leads 9-4, but all four of the losses have happened since these two became conference mates. You know, back in the day of legends and leaders, these used to be division games.
They were some pretty memorable ones, too.
Yes, they were.
The 2011 game.
Remember divisions?
And by the way, Happer had a great historical look back at this series on his show earlier today, going all the way back 100 years ago and how this thing got started when Michigan State wasn't even called Michigan State. But you're right. 2011, they shut down Kirk Cousins. 2012 is the great comeback, the Taylor Martinez roller coaster experience. Jamal Turner catches the game winner. 2013, Nebraska turned the ball over 5 times. And that was as Michigan State was on their own run towards a Big Ten championship game. 2014, Nebraska has that great comeback that falls just a little bit short. And then 2015, Brandon Riley pushed out of bounds by a Michigan State defender. He almost fell over. He was so far out of bounds.
Yeah, because he tripped over himself.
But he got back up and came back
and
in bounds.
illegally touched the ball first.
And then the snow game in 2018, and then the loss of all losses for Nebraska in 2021. And then the first Matt Rule year in 2023, they kick off the final month of the season with an L, and that was the first of 4 straight losses that Nebraska would have on their way towards not going to a bowl. So some really weird and kind of fun games over the years in this series.
Well, the first 8 meetings, most of them, of course, when Nebraska and Michigan State were not conference mates, 7 were decided by multiple scores, and Nebraska won all of the blowouts. But in the last 5, 3 have been decided by a field goal, 1 by 1 point, and 1 by 5 points, with Sparty winning 3 of the 5.
Interesting.
Despite the back-to-back wins, Michigan State has rushed for just 134 total yards, 2.2 yards per carry in the last 2 games versus Nebraska. You would think a low-scoring, tight game that the team that ran the ball better would win. That's not been the case. Michigan State has not run the ball well the last 2 times against Nebraska. However, and I'm going to get to this in my keys, Spartan special teams held a decided edge in net punting with the back-breaking punt return in 2021. K. Ford says Nebraska's 20th in the power rankings, 85% chance of a win. Michigan State, 65th in K4.
Yeah, one more thing on that. Michigan State, the yards per carry, of course, 2021 matchup, Nebraska, that's the one where they have all the 3 and outs in the second half, and so that's going to shut down a run. The loss 2 years ago, that one had some big plays. Heinrich Harburg had a big touchdown run. Michigan State, though, hit some big passes out of the air. That was a game that did not go well for Nebraska from the start. They seemed to always be playing catch-up. At one point, they were down by 10 points in the second half, and it was because of some of those big plays through the air by Michigan State.
All right, the spread currently 11.5, total 49.5. Nebraska 2-2 against the number this year, a spread differential of plus 32. Michigan State, though, is only 1-3 against the spread. Their spread differential is -8. In the last 10 meetings, Nebraska 6-4 overall, but 8-2 against the number.
A lot of covers from the Spartans.
As a double-digit favorite in a Big Ten home game, Nebraska hasn't experienced this since the 2021 Northwestern game, which was the game that Nebraska won 56-7. Since 2015, 10 years, Nebraska as a 10-plus point Big Ten home favorite is 7-1 straight up, 3-5 against the spread. The total, though, has gone over in each of Nebraska's last 5 home games. However, in the month of October, 8 of the last 11 Nebraska's played in this month have gone under. So one of these is going to change, right? One of these trends is going to change. Either it's going to go over again, and the number's 49.5, or it's going to go under, which has been the trend in October games for NU.
By the way, if you're wondering, hey, what was the one loss? What was the one loss? That would be Illinois in COVID year when they got reverse covered. They were a 16.5 point favorite in that game.
And lost by 17.
Lost by 17. Otherwise, though, that's a good stat that they have won the other 7 games.
The Spartans are just 1-8 against the spread in their last 9 games dating back to last year. And in the last 11 games against Nebraska, they're 2-9. So the spread says take Nebraska. Michigan State is 2-8 straight up, 4-3-3. So 3 pushes in their last 10 games as a double-digit road dog. As long as the hook stays in there, there won't be a push. And the over has been a good option, as that has been the case in 8 of the last 10 Michigan State games and 6 of their last 7 versus a Big Ten opponent. So the trend on Michigan State says over, over, over. Take the over.
Interesting.
So there's some betting trends real quick. Since 2020, in games like this where the favored home team closed at between 10.5 and 12.5 points, the team like Nebraska has won 81% of the games, and they've beaten the spread 51% of the time.
So the number is spot on.
The number is spot on.
Number is spot on.
According to the history.
Okay.
So I don't remember who I had first, but
let's find out.
Go ahead and I'll let you start with the keys to the game. Let's see. There's your keys.
All right. There. I have 4.
We have the best time at your party. Thank you very much.
got 4 of them. I begin with your strength equals their weakness. We have had some pass defense stats for Michigan State this week, John, but let us do it one more time for the folks in the back. Michigan State, 119th in the country in allowing their opponents to complete 67.6% of their passes. They are 120th in success rate against the pass. They are 126th in EPA per play when teams are throwing. And in conference games, in power games, they have allowed 7 touchdown passes and have yet to intercept or sack their opponent. They are not good. And of course, we have talked about the wind. We know that it is coming. Without it, Dylan Raiola might be able to throw for 700 yards in this matchup. But I still think he can have a really nice day because Nebraska famously does not push the ball down the field a whole lot. So I think that that's actually going to be okay for them. But this is a bad pass defense. And so you do wonder how much they will be able to take advantage of it given the weather. But I certainly think that this is going to be an area where Nebraska is able to make some hay and move the football. Number 2, forgotten laundry. Nick, what happens when you leave laundry in the dryer or in the basket for 3 or 4 days?
It gets a little stinky.
No, it gets wrinkly, Nick. I'm
Oh.
talking about the wrinkles. I'm going to talk about sacks I just talked about sacks. Both teams have just 6 combined sacks so far in their first 4 games. I wonder what kind of wrinkles coming off of an off week that we are going to see, in particular from the defenses, to try to do a better job. Which wrinkles will work better? We have heard Nebraska's coaches this week talk about some of these new fangle things that they are going to do. In the case of Nebraska's defense, I would love for them to find some wrinkles that allow them to get to Aiden Childs. He has 11 of 27 this year when pressured, which is 40.7%. He's thrown for just 220 yards, 3 touchdowns, and his lone INT came when he was pressured. Can Nebraska finally find a way to get to the opposition's quarterback with some consistency and cause some problems? If so, I think that would make for a nice day. Key number 3, Chris Berman noises. You know what noises I'm talking about, John.
Oh, yeah. It's when he would fart into his couch cushion.
Not that one. I guess it is kind of a fart. I always think of Mike Allstott when he did that. That's the noise of a broken tackle. We have talked about Nebraska over the last 12 days and their inability at times to bring down the Michigan players. Michigan State, they have a big bruiser at wide receiver in Nick Marsh. We know that their running game is fine, but Mekhi Frazier also is able to break some tackles as well. Do not allow Michigan State to get any of those Chris Berman noises on a broadcast, whether it's Happer, McMaster, or Michael on Sunday, who loves Chris Berman, if I remember right. Don't allow for that to happen. They're long this year. How about this? On the ground, just 28 yards. If the longest carry for Michigan State on Saturday is less than 28 yards, lower than 28 yards, some would say, I think Nebraska is going to be doing pretty well. And finally, finish, and I'm talking in this case about red zone. Nebraska, 99th in red zone scoring, 90th in red zone touchdown scoring. Meanwhile, Michigan
That's bad.
It's bad. Michigan State on defense, 94th and 100th in those exact same categories. 68.4% of the time that Michigan State's opponents enter the red zone, they score touchdowns. Meanwhile, 2 weeks after the Nebraska-Michigan game, where Nebraska got into the red zone area on their first drive, and then red zone plus on their second drive, they came away with a goose egg. Nebraska needs to answer this question in the affirmative. This has been the one, I know they allowed a lot of sacks, but this has been the biggest issue in all 4 games, right?
Mm-hmm.
All 4 games. They have had turnovers, they've had penalties, they have their only missed field goal in the red zone plus finish when you get inside of the red zone. So to recap, take advantage of those weaknesses, especially in the passing game on defense. Have some wrinkles when you are on defense. Don't allow for them to have a bunch of broken tackles. And when you're in the red zone, finish the job.
First key, contain. If Michigan State is going to keep this close and keep pace with Nebraska's offense, the legs of Aiden Childs will be every bit as important, if not maybe even more important than his arm. His sack-adjusted rushing yards, 29 carries, 225 yards, almost 8 yards per carry. Now, that includes scrambles. So you say, okay, what about the plays where the design is to run? Well, 132 yards, 18 carries, 7.3 yards per rush. In other words, he's been very effective. Now, I don't think Michigan State can just win with his legs, but these are the types of plays that can extend drives and keep hope alive. Nebraska first needs to get him into 3rd and longs. And then when they do, contain the pocket. I don't think you need to pressure him. You just need to keep him in the pocket. Let the secondary do their thing, bank on some impatience, and they have to keep rush lane integrity. Why did Brennan Sorsby get away? Because they lost rush lane containment. His breakaways came when the rushers maybe got a little selfish, maybe thought, oh, if I make this little swim move here, I'm going to get to the quarterback. Meanwhile, they vacated their spot. Sorsby takes off. Cincinnati has life. Don't need to hit home runs. You'd love to get pressure on the quarterback, but the first and most important thing is rush lane integrity. Michigan State does not have the firepower to play try to score as long as Childs doesn't escape the rush and doesn't become a major factor with his legs. Key number 2, just be yourself. This offense should eat all night long. Michigan State can't rush the passer. Their secondary can't cover. Nebraska should be able to do anything at once in the passing game, with the caveat, asterisk, that the wind isn't a big factor. I do think Michigan State will try to use the wind as their 12th defender and maybe cheat in a little bit and dare Nebraska to go deep, especially when they're against the wind. But I still think Nebraska can complete those passes. I still think they can get guys open. And I think that'll also help open up the running game a little bit later on, and that's when the game should be in the bag. So just be yourself. If Nebraska is what we think they are on offense, they will score enough points, more than enough points to win this game. The final key is swish the net. The net, yeah, that's right, basketball. Swish the net, just like Connor tried to do. The better special teams has won this game 3 times in a row. 2018, the field goal fest in the snow. Nebraska won it because they made more kicks. But the game 4 years ago and the game 2 years ago, the net punting was a decided advantage for Michigan State. Remember when we talked a little bit earlier about the running yards? Michigan State could not run against Nebraska in either of those 2 wins. But where did they make up those yards? In net punting. Listen to these numbers. 2 years ago, 2023, Michigan State had a 19, almost 20-yard advantage in net punting. In 2021, the net punting advantage was nearly 32 yards, which, of course, that back-breaking punt return had a lot to say about it. Oh, and guess who won the pony? Guess who leads the nation in net punting this year? Michigan State, averaging 49 yards on net punting.
That's
net
crazy.
Punting is
counting returns.
That's counting the return back. And that's almost a full yard better than the next nearest team in net punting. Now, Nebraska's better this year. They're top 40, but they're 6 yards worse than the Spartans. This is where, again, the wind could play a factor, right? Archie Wilson has not punted in this stadium with the wind that we're expecting to see.
Correct.
So how he's able to take advantage of that with, rolling out either right or left, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, you'd like to avoid punting at all costs if you have to. But if it is a close game, those extra yards on special teams, and I guess I would throw another addendum in there, their return game is pretty good too, which is another reason why their net punting advantage is so good. So swish the net. Be better at net punting in this game.
I like it.
And those are my keys to the game. So coming up, we will get to predictions and tell you who we think is going to win this game. Also, there are a lot of other games and baseball to pick this weekend.
Baseball, Josh, baseball.
I'll have a little bit of it on.
And Unfortunately, for some reason, the Formula One race isn't even included on there. There's even a fun prop. Did
Yeah.
you know Max Verstappen has never won this race?
It's football season, Nick. But we have a third sport. A third sport has hit the predictions today, right? We have football, we have baseball, and we have something else. What could that something else be?
Is the WNBA commissioner going to say something dumb? Is that a prop?
The answer would be yes. So
is it a UFL thing?
It's too easy. No, Nick, we don't talk about the UFL on this show, and we never, ever, ever will.
You just did.
Well, find out next. And coming up bottom of the hour, the Super Friends Roundtable. Jack Mitchell will join us as a special simulcast from KLIN in Lincoln, and we'll discuss more the Nebraska-Michigan State game coming up on 1620 The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions. Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over.
Well, it's hard to be humble when you're perfect in every way. Now, I wasn't perfect last week. But I was darn close. I was close enough to perfect.
What were you?
15-4.
What? Wow.
Josh had a decent week. He went 11-8.
How about Nick?
Bad.
6-13.
Now, will you acknowledge that a couple weeks ago when I said Kyle Shanahan is good, you called me an idiot?
I never said he wasn't good.
You kept saying, because I was like, I like Kyle Shanahan. And you were like, you were a little salty about it. He's a good coach. I feel like Kyle Shanahan's underrated.
No, he is not underrated.
I don't think
people
regular
love him
people
around the league.
I think NFL people love him. I feel like regular Joes like you and me, I am like one of the few who says Kyle Shanahan is good.
I disagree.
You don't think he's that good?
He's not as good as my coach, though he was better last night. I will give him that.
Yeah, he was really good. Both coaches are
But
really
he's
good.
a scruffy-looking nerf herder.
That's why you dislike
Got
him.
him.
I wish I had either of them.
That and, I mean, if you want to lose a Super Bowl, he's your guy.
I mean, your guy lost one of them too.
Just one.
Yeah.
Shannon's lost 3.
That's true. Well, one of them, he was the OC. You got to put that on somebody else.
But they still lost.
All right.
All right, so
is this plus 1.5 games? Or is this
plus one? No, we're just picking a game here.
Oh, I didn't know if we were picking like a Brewer sweep or
no.
not.
This is the run line.
John's so negative. I don't know. John could be like, oh, Brewer. I was talking to somebody yesterday. Who was it? Oh, it was Riss. She goes, yeah, I got in my car and I heard John and I was like, oh man, the Cubs must be down like 5-0. And she was like, and I got home and checked the score and it was 1-0. And I go, yeah, that's how he talks about his team whenever they're trailing. So you had to be in a foul mood last night. It was 3-0 or whatever it was, 7-0. You were probably like, game's over. I'm going to jump off my house.
I'm not going to jump off my house.
Yeah, because that would just hurt.
But I was negative because my team sucked last night. I mean, they sucked.
The Cubs won, though, which is why we're picking them in this stat.
This is game 1, so this is Cubs plus 1.5 runs. Freddie Peralta is starting for Milwaukee. Sadly, though, the Cubs will be without Cade Horton again, their best pitcher in the second half for the entire series. This smells like at least a 2-run Brewer win for game 1. I'm going to pick Milwaukee.
You say you never pick against your team.
Yeah, John, you fake fan.
Yeah, what on earth? Yeah, give me the Cubs. The Cubs win. The wrong team is favored.
Yeah, John, it's messed up that you would pick the Brewers. I think you're right, and I also picked the Brewers, but it's messed up that you did.
You always say I never pick against my team.
That's not true. I've picked against them before.
Not Creighton.
This is only game 1. It's a best of 5.
Best of 5 is so stupid. Go best of 7 or don't play at all. I'm serious. I think best of 5 is dumb. That's little kid crap.
But they just did best of 3.
That's littler kid crap. That's toddler crap.
Well, there's too many teams in the playoffs.
Okay.
The Dodgers will be at the Phillies.
Are we picking the
on
series?
Saturday. No, this is just game 1.
Okay.
This is just game 1.
Straight up.
Just game 1.
I'll take the Phillies.
Dodgers.
Wow, Nick going against Shohei.
He is a not real.
Now,
babe.
the next 2. Because,
what are you doing?
Phillies.
Okay.
Because the American League will have played 2 games of their series by Monday. What will the Tigers-Mariners series be after 2 games? 1-1, he says.
Sorry, Stibbs. You know I'll be rooting for you.
I mean, I'm also going to say 1-1.
Wow.
Really?
Hater. You think it'll be 2-0?
I think I'm going to go 2-0 M's.
Let's go. Goms.
Goms.
What will Yankees Blue Jays be after 2 games? This one I think will be 1-1.
I also think it'll be 1-1.
Yankees 2-0.
Whoa.
Sorry, Toronto.
Iowa State at Cincinnati.
Ooh, we're going with the total.
Let's go with the total. It's 55.5.
Under.
Same.
I think the Clones are going to drag them down into the muck.
I also think it'll be under.
Texas minus 5.5 at Florida.
Texas.
Hook them. They could win this game 10-0.
Another clean sweep.
Yikes.
Diego Pavia. And the Vanderbilt Commodores, ranked in the top 25. First time since 37 that this game features 2 ranked teams. Alabama's looking for revenge. They got the home advantage. But Diego Pavia is Mr. Underdog. Vandy plus the 10.5.
Wow, so I'm going to be the only one. It's a big game. You know how DeBoer does in big games. Roll Tide.
Yeah, but you're DeBoer pilled. You say all the time, "Oh, I love."
He's
Kalen
awesome.
DeBoer.
He is a great coach.
But is this a big game?
It is. It's a top 20 matchup.
I guarantee you.
They're gonna
Just
be so
like there were
mad.
snobby Nebraska fans back in the day, I guarantee you there are snobby Alabama fans who still look down their nose at Vandy.
Fair, but they lost to him last year. They are going to be ready to kick the ever-living out of them. Wow. Give me the Tide.
Washington -6.5 at Maryland.
What a matchup. A lot of people, I think, are wanting Maryland to win. It'd be fun. Undefeated Maryland next week and a 4-1 Nebraska, unless you're nitpicking against Nebraska. But that's not going to happen. Give me Washington. Nice bounce back spot. They travel east. They learned the mistakes of last year. They go on the road. They get it done and they cover.
They're not crossing 1 but 2 time zones to get to a 3rd time zone. I like Maryland outright.
Whoa!
Maryland wins.
Mr. Lee Sterling, the wrong team is favored.
Have you ever seen a dog try to eat a turtle?
No, but I bet it could happen.
Well, the shell makes it hard.
You could eat the head, though.
Turtle power.
What about the head?
Turtle power.
Okay.
Miami -4.5 at the Florida State Seminoles. I think Josh and I have already said what we like, but Nick?
I like Florida State.
Ooh, he's
you
going
think
to
they're
try to
gonna
get the point.
If they don't win, I think they'll cover.
Yeah, John and I both like the Canes.
To the NFL, the Denver Broncos are +3.5 at the Philadelphia Eagles.
I like this because both of the logos are facing each other.
Oh, that's a good call, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
And they're both kind of ugly.
Yes.
Especially the Broncos.
I used to draw the Bronco, though, when I was a kid. I liked it as a kid.
Which one would make the best chicken nugget?
Ooh, honestly, both of them would be pretty good, I think. I have said this on the show. I'm not picking against Philadelphia until they give me the reason, the ultimate reason, and that is losing and or not covering. They've covered all their games.
Well, it's a good,
except for the Cowboys game.
Good news for you, Josh, because the wrong team is
God, I hope
favored.
you're right, John.
Denver wins.
Go Broncos! But I'm going to go with the Eagles.
Yeah, I'll take the Eagles here.
God, I hope that they lose.
The Bucks are +3.5 at Seattle. I like the Seahawks.
Yeah, same. The Bucks just too banged up right now.
I'll take the Bucks just because I like Baker Mayfield.
Okay. You sounded like when you were describing Meet the Parents earlier with that tone, Nick.
Yeah.
On Monday night, the Kansas City Chiefs are 3.5-point favorites at the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Well, Taylor just released a new album, so Kelsey's going to be tired after dealing with all the press and everything of being her boyfriend, fiance.
Or having to listen to the damn thing and going, do I have to listen to this again?
She talks about his hang low in it, apparently.
She's now writing about that.
Apparently, she says it's
what
really
kind
big.
of dirty smut-filled person is
I think
this?
we should ban the music.
I think she's got a dirty pirate whore mouth.
Whoa.
Jeez.
Horror. He's talking about the spooky month.
Anyway, give me the Jags.
Chiefs.
I think the Jags cover.
I'm going with Todd Furman on this. He said the Chiefs. There's the third sport. The third sport has hit predictions.
Nice.
Nebraska and Penn State. Tonight, Big Fox. It's like 95 minutes away.
Nice.
But who's counting?
Good math.
Thank you, Nick. You could never have done that in
I
your
couldn't
wildest
have.
dreams.
You're right. Hey, a Taylor Swift song.
I said it. Okay, that's just a phrase. I said it yesterday or 2 days ago. I like Nebraska. I don't think they'll sweep. 4 sets.
I'll do Nebraska, but in 5.
Whoa.
Ooh, 5.
Penn State's kind of average.
I'm going to go Nebraska in 4.
I thought you said it was going to be a sweep. You changed your tune.
When did I say a sweep?
When we talked about it the other day.
We talked about it the other day?
Wow, your brain is just
Men
all
are
over the
allowed.
place.
Can a guy change his opinion on
Sure,
something?
I guess so.
I decided to go 3-1.
Stib says the album is hilariously bad, embarrassing lyrics for a 36-year-old woman. She's weird AF.
That's how I felt about her last album. The lyrics are a little.
Put it online, Nick.
Stibbs now turning heel on Taylor Swift, all because of who she's getting married to. I love it.
Wait, was Stibbs this Taylor Swift guy? I think you're thinking.
I didn't
of
think
Nick.
he was. I didn't think he was anti. I didn't think he was anti.
Because Nick is like women power.
Maybe if I'm wrong, Stibbs, I'm wrong. But I like
I'm still like
I like the
women
fact
power,
that
but
you're
the
in there
lyrics are-
fighting the Swifties and pop, pop, pop.
You don't like it when a woman talks about her man's hang low?
No, but I also think it's weird, like Stibbs, that a
Women are-
36-year-old woman is talking like she's still a teenager.
I like making crass jokes. I'm good with it.
It's not the crass jokes; it's the
I will never
bad
listen.
songwriting.
I will never listen to the album. Not one time.
The sound is cool though.
I'm sure it's great.
I'm probably one of the few people on earth that hasn't heard any of her albums.
That's not true.
You've
heard it.
absolutely.
Oh, album. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Front to back. Yeah. I never have either. Look at us. High five.
Clap. Dylan Raiola passing yards versus Aiden Childs. 45.5. Can Dylan outpass Childs by nearly 50 yards in this game? Yes.
Agreed.
Yeah.
What on earth photo, Nick, is this?
What do you mean? That's him.
Jiminy Christmas of all the photos.
It's the quarterback for Michigan
All
State.
right, we're up against it, so let's not talk about the photos.
Aiden Childs rushing yards over under 27.5.
I feel like he could go over on one carry, so I'm going to go over on this. Unless Nebraska's getting after him sacks-wise, this seems like an easy pick. Hey!
I'll go over.
Okay.
Same. Nebraska famously is the only team in America that has not yielded a 20-yard or greater passing play. So does it happen Saturday? Over under 19.5.
Well, I know what you're doing.
I'm
you
going
say
over.
you say
it's going to
Nebraska's
happen at
pass
some
defense
point.
sucks.
It's going to happen at some point.
Yeah, I agree with John. Over.
I'll take the under here.
Okay.
Emmett Johnson rushing yards over under 90.5.
Over. Mid pass rush.
I knew I could
or
steal a
run
point
defense.
from you here. Under.
I'm going to go over here.
Okay.
And finally, the score. Nebraska is favored by 11.5. The total is 49.5 against Le Big Red. As much as I think the wind will have a somewhat of a factor in this game, I do think that Nebraska's ability to continue to pump the ball down the field against a really porous Michigan State pass defense will be their undoing. 35-20.
Oh, so you like a cover.
I like a cover.
Nick?
I have had the weird feeling all season about Michigan State and Nebraska. You know, it's like this might be the Nebraska tax game. They shouldn't lose this game, but maybe they will. But I think Nebraska will win in a close game, 24-21.
Whoa. That's not what you put in the Google Doc.
I'm hedging.
Interesting. I'm also going with the Skurs. I do not think they will cover. I think that they're going to put up some points. I think they will allow some points. Give me Nebraska 34, Michigan State 24. So I like an over. You and I like overs. Nick likes an under.
And there is predictions for this week. We'll find out if we were right. Nick was the only one that hit the Michigan one.
Yeah, because he's been super negative. So it's like easy. He just leans into the negativity and ends up being right a lot. He leaned into the negativity with Cincinnati. He was wrong on the game, but he was right on the cover.
That is true.
He was right on both with Michigan. Let's see if he's right again.
To be fair, I respect Nick with his picks ever since last year's Illinois game.
There's no need to respect him.
That was the Nebraska tax. It happened. It always happens.
Interesting.
Jack Mitchell will offset Nick's negativity. Next is the Super Friends Roundtable wraps up the Grum on 1620 The Zone.
About to join 1620 The Zone for the Super Friends Round Table. And we'll get started here in just a moment. 89 degrees in the capital city. And breezy conditions starting now and expected to continue tomorrow as well. Could be impacting the game. Maybe we'll hit on that a little bit with Josh and John here just in a moment with what we are now officially calling, yes, not my name, Super Friends Roundtable.
It's 8 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday. It's time for the Super Friends. This was always in my rotation. It was Super Friends, and then it was usually like the Pac-Man cartoon, and then probably Mr. T, and then well, I don't want to say what the last cartoon was I watched because, well, that guy is very problematic now. But it had to do with his kids, and they were in a garbage dump, and they, played songs.
Oh,
and,
that guy.
Yeah,
Like, who is he talking
really
about?
large, obese man.
Well, now I think we figured it out.
I was more of a Pee-wee's Playhouse guy, and I hate to admit this, but I mean, I was like 8, so you can't make fun of me. But like Muppet Babies was big. Muppet Babies, very big during 1986 when I was in the Saturday morning cartoon land.
Oh, well, welcome to the Super Friends, everyone. John and Josh here in Omaha at 1620 The Zone, and Jack and Lincoln at KLIN. And this is what we do on Fridays for game weeks. We sit down and we chat. And we do fun stuff like talk about the game.
Jack, how you feeling about this one? I was reading, I wonder what you think of this. I was reading Tom Schlittler this morning of the Omaha World Herald, and he says that the word should be banned from our vocabulary in regards to Nebraska and picking games. We should no longer say that they should win this game.
Who said this?
Tom Schlittler.
Tom?
What do you think about that, Jack? I mean, he's not totally wrong because every time John and I talked about this game and kind of that 4-game stretch repeatedly this morning on the Friday Husker tailgate on KLIN, and every time we kind of alluded to, well, Nebraska would probably be the favorite of those 4 games, and talked about what could happen if they won them all. I felt a little tinge of guilt every time that I even implied that this was that not that I'm jinxing it, but like that I'm not aware that they've lost these games before. And so, I mean, like, he's not totally wrong. I don't totally disagree with him. It's just like you want to talk about it in this way, like to distinguish these games from games like Michigan and USC and Penn State.
But I think it's correct to say they should win games like this if they want, the caveat, if they want to take the next step. And we talked about this morning, Jack, about how, sweeping this month would represent a step that was missed when they lost to Michigan, right? If they would have beaten Michigan, can you imagine what the last 2 weeks would have been like?
Party.
I mean, a lot of talk about the playoff and all this other stuff. Yeah. That would have been a distinct step forward that we haven't seen this program take. This month of October, against all teams that they're going to be favored against, some by double digits like tomorrow. If they were to win all of these games, that would also be a step forward because it's something Nebraska hasn't done in years. Nebraska's only won 9 conference games in the last 5 years, and only 3 of those wins were to teams that ended their season in a bowl game. So it's not like they have necessarily gone out and dominated really bad teams. I'm not saying Michigan State's a really bad team, but again, these are the games, according to the odds makers, and they don't build those buildings because they don't make good lines. These are the games they should win.
Right. I mean, yes. It's just I get his point. I get his point.
It's your guilt. You're guilty.
You're guilty. I feel I'm creating false expectations in the fan base, and then they hear talking heads like us say they should win, and then they don't, and we put them in a bad emotional position.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting, Jack, that I feel like you have now gotten beaten down over the years because
him?
I know, but he used to be that team sucks, and they should win this game. Even throughout the 2022 muckety muck season, he was they're going to be fine against that team and that team and that team, and then they would lose, and he would say, yeah, but they're not even any good. And now, Jack, you are a beaten man, and it's just sad to hear.
I may still believe that, but I just don't even want to say it anymore. Right? It's the whole Purdue guy winnable game thing, right? It's that whole phenomenon where, I mean, that's exactly what that was, right? But that's what we're talking about. The quote unquote winnable game that Scott Frost was talking about against Purdue. This is a game that Nebraska doesn't have to pull an upset in.
Correct.
Maybe we need another way to describe these. And, it sounds disrespectful, too, to say, but for Michigan State, too, this is a more winnable game than they face, than when they, I don't remember what their schedule is, but when they go to Penn State, right? Or something like that.
Yeah, Jack, one of the things
that way, too.
One of the things that I found interesting as this week has gone on and kind of breaking down this matchup is that there are, some kind of the talking points, if you will, of the negative or the pessimistic is maybe the way I'll use it, Husker fan, where it's like, yeah, but they can't do this well. And yeah, but they can't do that well. And I am very sympathetic to that argument because I was making it for many, many years around here, and I will make it in certain cases. But I just don't know if this Michigan State team is the team to take advantage of the ill. And I know dangerous words, right? But like the run game woes. All right, is this Spartans team the one to take advantage on either side of the ball? Can they run the ball on Nebraska's poor run defense? Because Michigan State's running game ain't that good right now. They're fine.
Expectations. Here it is. Here we go.
I just keep looking at all of the things that they do well, they being the Spartans, and that they don't do well. And I say, like, yeah, Nebraska, of course they could lose. I'm never going to guarantee anything, but this might be one of the most, if not the most disappointing losses of the Rule era. And I don't think I've said that this week, but just looking at the matchup on paper, I do like where Nebraska sits.
Well, you said it in your keys, Josh. I mean, Nebraska's strengths match up with Michigan State's weaknesses.
They very much do.
Now, from a Michigan State perspective, they'll say that, oh, by the way, our quarterback can run, and we saw what happened the last time you faced one of those, and the last time before that you faced one of those. So they might think the same way as well, but I do agree, if you strip away the past priors, if you strip away the guilt complex and, all the things
correct,
that, the
baggage,
the baggage that has beaten you down over the years, and you just look at the analytics and the matchup here, I mean, Nebraska should absolutely dominate through the skies. Now, running the ball, it'll be rather interesting. But Nebraska's gotten better at special teams. The one thing that has beaten them in the last two Michigan State matchups, that net punting that we talked about earlier. It's so when you look at it just stripped away from all of the emotional baggage, yeah, it looks like it's a game that's really winnable, and thus the 11.5-point spread.
This feels like this feels like this is why you got Mike Eckler, right? For games like this for the first time this year, where these are the games that came down to special teams. And yes, Michigan State is good at net punting, good at returns, good at those sorts of things. But can Nebraska just kind of hold serve with them on special teams? Because again, if they had, how many games could we say if they had done that, held serve on special teams, would they have won in the last 2+ years?
Well, they would have beaten Michigan State at least once, maybe twice in the last two matchups. So right there, I mean, we know for sure one, 2021. The most probably, where did that end up on the Groin
number
Kick?
2?
Yeah, on the Groin Kick Chronicles.
That was number 2. Yeah, because Nebraska had 3 and outs every drive in the second half against Michigan State's offense, and then they allowed the punt return, and then overtime happened.
Nick and I were at the at Harrah's. We had to do a remote, and so we were there for the first half, and I drove home for the entire second half, and the whole time I'm in the car and I'm just listening. It's like, my God, they are crushing these guys. They can't even get a first down.
No first downs.
And then the nanosecond, literally, as I walk into the house.
Punt return. Everything changes.
The Iowa game last year, right?
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, just a few plays. Jack, one of the things that John and I have discussed a lot this week has been the notice in tone from everybody inside of the walls, whether it's Matt Rule, whether it's the coaches, whether it's the players. You're nodding your head, so you're obviously agreeing with me. You notice that shift in tone. does it mean anything? Or is this just us, classic media, classic fandom, wanting to apply whatever we're seeing and hearing into a football game tomorrow?
I mean, John pointed that out this morning, and then Nate played some of the clips where you kind of heard it, and I listened for it, and I was like, yeah, they do kind of have a chip on their shoulder about the Michigan game and about the way that game is described, it feels like, when we heard from them today. I mean, what I think it is, Josh, Matt Rule, as we've talked about many times, I don't think he says a lot that doesn't have a purpose. If he says something, it's got a purpose. It's the message may not be to the media. It may be to others. I just think he's decided to take a different strategy, and he's been mindful of the kind of the mental state of the team this year. I think that goes back to what he said at the halftime of Akron. I think that's kind of what this is. And I think he's trying to do it a little bit of a different way. I'm sure he looked at that how could you not look, if you're him, at the thing that we always talk about over the last 2 years, where it seems like at the end of the game, the Nebraska seems to buckle under the pressure and the other team doesn't. And it's a mental thing. How many times have we talked about so I'm sure it's on his mind. He's like, what do I need to do to fix this? And I think the way that he talks about the team, I think he's decided that's part of it. And I think he might be onto something, to be honest.
If I had to lean, and I really don't know what it means. Like I said, the narratives will write themselves. They lose, it'll be they were too tight, they were too wound up. If they win, they had the right attitude, they had a chip on their shoulder. So, people are going to read into it whatever they're going to read into it. My gut tells me, because the purposeful talk all this season, all this off season and into the season, had a purpose. And I think this too has a purpose. And I think there is an element that Matt Rule is frustrated at the idea, at the notion that Michigan dominated Nebraska, because that was a lot of what was said in the immediate postgame was, man, Nebraska got manhandled up front. And when you really nail it down, and Jack, we had Devin Gardner, who's going to be on the call tomorrow for Fox, the former Michigan quarterback, on the show. And I kind of asked him that question about, this idea that Michigan dominated up front. And he said, well, I mean, not really. There was just those couple of breaks in the run game. Other than that, Dylan played really well, and Nebraska was in position to win that game. So while maybe Michigan never trailed, maybe Michigan never felt out of control in that game, they also were just a couple of mistakes or a couple of better Nebraska plays away from this being a completely different matchup. And I do think that's what Matt Rule feels. And so I think this notion of Michigan just totally outclassing Nebraska, because I remember listening to some of the national folks like, pods and things like that a couple of days after the game.
Yeah.
And the general, consensus was, oh man, I'm never going to doubt Michigan again, man. They just took it to Nebraska. If you really look at it, they didn't really take it to Nebraska. Yeah, they played better. Yeah, they did things better than Nebraska did, but they didn't dominate this game. This wasn't Miami in the Rose Bowl, okay? And I think that has gotten to Matt.
Sticking in their craw.
I think that's gotten to Rule a little bit, and I think that's part of the reason why the talk this week has been a little more purposeful and a little more chippy.
I mean, I said it after the game, and I still believe it. It felt like Michigan was way better in that game, though. Like, I guess we can debate, like, what part of it people want to talk about, quote, physicality up front, which is a word that means nothing, but like, it was a lot of things. It was a lot of things, but people kind of narrowed it down to, well, better across the line, bigger, stronger, pushing them around, those sorts of things. But in the end, I think what he's doing, I don't know if it matters if it's true or not, once again, right? I don't think it matters if it was true or not that Akron was disrespecting them by trying to score in the second quarter. It's about the mental. It's about removing doubt. It's about removing self-doubt is what I think this is all about. And if you're told constantly, well, Michigan basically blew you out, even though the scoreboard didn't look that way. He wants them to think of that game as, hey, you were in a slugfest, a close game, right, with Michigan that you should have won, rather than, hey, they really outplayed you. It just happened to be close.
Jack, earlier on, John brought up something that, it was a year ago this weekend that Nebraska played Rutgers, and that was also a hot and windy game, and Nebraska's offense really kind of fell apart. And that was the beginning of a month of big-time struggles for that side of the ball, and in particular for Dylan Raiola. I wonder if you are viewing this month at all with any, trepidation in that regard with him being Dylan Raiola, and if, he has another good game tomorrow that you're like, okay, it's now full go. I don't really have any more doubts. Or have you already gotten into that territory, given that the start of Michigan really could have maybe gone a different way for him, and I think he responded pretty well to the adversity.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not concerned about that because I still wonder how much of that had to do with his physical health, and I don't know for sure. What you're talking about last year when they kind of took a step back, and hopefully, I don't think those things are there. But no, I haven't seen, and I still think I think he is a different quarterback. When he was good this year, or when he has been good this year, it looks different than when we thought he was good in 2024, if you know what I mean, right? I think that looks very different. I think sophomore year, good Dylan Raiola looks very different than beginning of freshman year, good Dylan Raiola. So I'm not worried about that. I'm just worried that he's got enough time, to be honest, because if he doesn't, then none of it really matters all that much.
Yeah, and all the trends seem to be heading in the direction that Pritchett's going to start. And they've moved some things around on the offensive line, at least at the tackle position. I guess I'll be kind of curious to see if they do anything on the right side.
Yeah.
Could we see Gatula move over to the other side?
That's what I'm expecting. I think Gunnar Gatula is going to be the starter at the right tackle position. I think Elijah Pritchett will be the starter at left tackle. And then, Jack, the other thing, too, of course, is this kind of mystery. Things are changing. And, what else? Does it mean something else beyond the tackles? Or does it mean something with player, the skill players in particular? And what could that mean in regard to that?
And here's what I wonder if that does come to pass and Pritchett is out there. What if he commits a penalty in the first quarter?
Is the hook? Is it another quick hook?
I mean, at some point you've got to
power through, right?
You've got to power through these things as you would if someone else. I said to John this morning, right? If Lutovsky jumps on a play, you're not taking him out at guard, right? At some point, you just got to say, okay, he is our best option here, or he isn't. Even if there are, and I know there's probably different circumstances. I'm not in the room. I don't know what the conversations have been between he and the coaching staff. But at some point, you got to get past that part of it, or why are we even messing with it?
Couldn't agree more. I think you just got to stick with him at some point. Players make mistakes.
I think it sends a terrible message. I understand pulling him the last two times. I do. But he wasn't your starter.
Yeah.
But once you flip that switch, you have to commit and allow people to fail. What did Nick always say about practice? Practice is a safe space to fail. Well, in this case, I know the game isn't necessarily a safe space to fail because everybody is seeing it, but you also have to allow those people that you have now entrusted with being the guy that you can make a mistake and still play. Now, the problem is if the mistakes continue to happen, then sure, you have to make a move. But if you're this definitive, and let's face it, usually, when the offense comes on the field for the first time, you're excited about the quarterback. Oh, what are you going to? Everybody's going to be watching. Is 57 walking out on that field? And if they are, guess who's the eyes? A lot of the eyes in that stadium and on TV are going to be on 57 to see what he does. So he knows everybody's watching. Well, now you got to find out what he's capable of when everybody's watching, and he becomes the focal point.
Couldn't agree more.
But I don't even know how he played 6 plays against Michigan. I don't even know. That's not enough of a sample to even evaluate. And the penalty he got was questionable at best.
Yeah, and I'd say this too, Jack, along those lines. We talk about with running backs, they got to get into a rhythm. You could say the same thing about him. 6 plays isn't enough for somebody to get into a rhythm. He has had some impressive moments this year. He's made some mistakes, but I'm with you. I didn't see that as this obvious that was on him and the rule book and all those things. But I want to see him just get an opportunity to play more than a few drives at a time. I want to see him out there for a quarter, for a half, or for an entire game to see what he can do.
We've got a minute left. Quick answer, 1 through 10. Your concern about the wind. 1 through 10. What's
5.
Jack?
I would say, I don't know. Yeah, I'll probably say 5 as well. You never know what it's really going to do at Memorial Stadium, I guess.
Yeah. Where are you at? Are you at a
7.
10? Okay. A 7.
7. I mean, come on, man. We saw what it did last year in the Rutgers game.
Did cause
it's
a lot
going to be
of
the
problems.
same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Be the exact same thing. Well, all right. There's your super friends for this week. Jack, we always appreciate it. Thanks. Now we can get into a rhythm, man.
Yeah.
Every
Yes.
week, every week.
Well,
Every
except for
week.
the Minnesota game in a couple weeks. But yeah, other than that.
That'd be good.
Very good.
Sounds
point.
good.
All right.
Bye,
There it is.
Jack.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. We'll talk to you later.
Yep.
All righty.
That's Jack Mitchell from KLIN, and that's going to wrap up the Grum.
Wow.
For this week.
We did it.
Another week in the
Another
books.
week in the books. Don't forget tomorrow, 16:20 the pregame at 12:30.
We'll start on time.
Yes, on YouTube because of the computer microphones.
And then the game, and then Big Red Overreaction right after the game. By the way, both pre and post are on 1019 The Keg as well. So
let's go.
If you're driving to the game or driving back from the game, you can catch us on both the Zone and 1019 The Keg. And then Severe Reaction with Michael on Sunday morning at 8 a.m. Great way to start your Sunday morning.
It really is. This weekend, I'm pretty excited for this game because we've been talking about it now for 2 weeks, and I think it's an opportunity for the program to really put something behind them in the rear view. They get a win here, and I think you're feeling pretty good. Let's see what happens with Maryland and Washington. I'll have a wonk eye on that game tomorrow afternoon as Nebraska's playing at the same time, but it's a big month, as we've talked about plenty over the course of the last few days.
All right. Well, enjoy your weekend, and the Grum will be back here on Monday with
Sean,
whatever happens.
Get some sleep.
I'm going back. I'm going home. I'm going to eat and go to bed.
Nick, why don't you drive